is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
Lived with kings, stood on my wings, broken my strings, they fell with ease. Swam in my tears, soaked in my fears. Now I wanna play, what's it gonna take for them not to underestimate? What you see is great, you will never break me. If I'm going down, if I'm going down, not without it. Look at me go, I had the vision, no one can stop me now. I wanna run, everyone doubted me, not anymore. I'm here to the end, should've believed me, I promise you there's a tomorrow. I know I want you, and I'm not going down without a fight. I'm not going down without a I'm not going down without a fight.
Who is the best duos going into globals?
Whether people predict it or not, I can feel in my chest, this is gonna be one I'm gonna win.
I'm feeling very confident, and I think I have one of the best chances of winning.
In Copenhagen, if I get like top 3, it won't satisfy me.
I just want to win. That's the main goal.
I'm going to be taking it very serious, and I think I'm going to win.
We want to prove that we're not afraid and we're here to win.
There is 100% pressure. Both me and Dano know when it's grand finals time. The only thing both of us care is to win.
Pressure hasn't fazed me for years.
You need to be making sure that you're getting the most points that you can. That one game can just drop you off the leaderboard.
My biggest strength is definitely my clutch factor. I'm not playing for like top 15 again.
People have been saying for like 2.5 years, you must win one soon, so I have something to prove, I guess.
I really like this ring, but I want another one.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Last Chance Major. This is it. We've had 3 majors this year, and now the next step is the Global Championships. But first, we need 25 duos more to compete in the lower bracket, and this is where they will come from. Now, of course, here, we only have 8 spots, so duos will need to put everything on the line if they hope to keep that FNCS Global Championship dream alive. Now, of course, here we have 2 fantastic analysts. It's SBG and Vivid, who will be talking us through everything we're seeing here in the Last Chance Major. Gentlemen, welcome to the broadcast.
Oh, Zeke, I am so excited. I mean, we have been talking about globals for pretty much the entire year. Major 1, Major 2, Major 3, right? We have those upper bracket duos, you know, solidified in that regard. But now it's time. 8 duos are all that remain to go ahead and finalize globals in its entirety, and I cannot wait.
Oh, I can't wait either. There's some big names playing today, and this is the track straight to globals. Although you're playing from that lower bracket, it's still super exciting to see which teams are going to make it there, because just give a team a chance and I bet that they're going to do really, really well.
Yeah, we got to see a little glimpse of this, right, over on EU. We had a bunch of names qualify over there. Some names, of course, like Mr. Savage and Vidil, duos we were like, they should already have their spots right, but today, hey, don't worry about a Last Chance Major. We're going through as a #1 seed. For you guys, what is your expectations coming into the competition today?
I mean, listen, I just want to see everybody clutch up, right? The duos that go ahead and deserve to actually be in globals and are playing today right now is the time to go ahead and prove it. And I just want to see some good Fortnite, as always.
Oh, I agree with you. Just want to see some really well-played video games today, but ultimately, these teams will be showing us exactly that.
For sure. So let's talk about the journey of how we got here. What is the Last Chance Major? So as I mentioned, we've had 3 majors this year, and from every single major, we've had players moving up into an upper bracket heading to the Global Championship. Here you can see a couple names from Majors 1 and Majors 2. Of course, Acorn and Cold, Thorix and Bolts from NA West East. Then we combined, became NA. This just passed Major number 3, and we got our next list of players, but this specifically is the Last Chance Major. So what we're going to do here is we're going to play a bunch of games, 6 to be exact. And then after all 6 games, the top 8 will find themselves in the lower bracket of the Global Championships, where then they will have to compete once more to make it to the final stage. And of course, fight for the prize money and all the accolades that come with making it to the Global Championship. It's been a journey, gentlemen. It has been a journey.
Yeah, I think the point of conversation here is that all of those duos that qualified through to the globals in majors 1, 2, and 3, they're not going to be playing in the Last Chance Major, right? Because there's no point. They're already qualified into globals. And if we go ahead and look at the format here for the lower bracket, again, you keep mentioning that, Zeke. Basically, how globals is going to work is all of those duos in majors 1, 2, and 3 are going straight into the upper bracket. We're on day number 1 of globals. The top 25 will go into the finals there. And the lower placing 25 will then drop down to the lower bracket, combined with all of the duos from the LCM, which we are playing for here today.
Yeah, so the teams playing today have a little more ground to make up, but ultimately it comes down to what they do today to even give them a shot, and that's the most important. These 6 games will determine whether or not these teams are going to Copenhagen or not.
Definitely, man. So let's do this. We got a list of 25 duos here to look at. This is the first of the 50 we're seeing compete here today. So there's quite a number of duos that maybe you're familiar with seeing, but there's also duos that you're like, wait a minute, I thought they were together, right? I'm thinking about like NPen and Byla, right? These guys just missed out on qualification. They decided for the Last Chance Major, let's split up. Let's kind of return to kind of some similar roots like Peterbot and Byla, and let's see if we can qualify for the Global Championship.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that you went ahead and mentioned that duo. Peterbot and Bila. This is going to be the one that I am most excited to go ahead and see compete today because SBG, as we know, this duo has actually won an FNCS championship together before, but shortly after they went ahead and split up and now returning to that duo. I'm excited to see what they can pull off.
Yeah, it's interesting. Peterbot was arguably talked about as the best player in the region about a year ago, and since splitting from Bila, he hasn't had that same success. I'm looking for him to prove today that these two can come back together and ultimately prove just how good they are.
Now, there's two duos here that I want to highlight, but first, what I want to do is let's flip on over to the next 25. We'll come back to those other two duos. First, let's look at this next list of 25. We got a couple names here on this list. Is there any duos that are jumping out to you guys as duos you're looking forward to see compete today?
We got the OGs and Blake and Macwood. I'm excited to see what they can do with an uncontested job spot finally, but I'm more so looking towards Agented, who of course is going to be Agent Senton. Congratulations to him, and Polarize. And yeah, I'm really excited to see this duo perform because we know that the low ground is going to be a priority for this duo, so I'm excited to see if they can actually find themselves down there on all 6 games.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how well they perform because they've kind of had their highs and lows back and forth and yet to show us they could play a complete tournament through 6 games. So that's the challenge for them today. Another team that I really liked in the previous round was Yasir and Dorito. Just an uber fragging double controller duo that I'm interested to see what they do today. Do they keep that style or do they reel it back in here in this final format?
There is much we will be seeing today in the 6 matches. Once again, we cannot reiterate this enough. This is it. The final 6 games before the Global Championship, which will give us the top 8 duos to join once more from NA. Now, we have an interview lined up with one of our players. You've seen him before, and he's caught me off guard with the glasses. It's no glasses Blake today. Super cash, button down, cool guy Blake. What's up, Blake?
How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing fantastic. Last chance major. Here we go. 6 matches. Talk to me about where you guys are at. Where are the mentals? What's the preparation been like? Where are you guys at?
Yeah, so we're actually uncontested at Lonely Labs. Finally uncon in a finals. Time to prove ourselves. I think me and Macwood are one of the most experienced duos in this lobby. We have probably top 3 most combined grand finals appearances out of all these duos. So I think we're going to get the job done. And obviously grand finals didn't go how we wanted it to as we were contested. Nothing we can do. But now there's no excuses. Like, we are uncontested. Like, this is our time.
Yeah, of course, you guys are very, very used to playing those grand finals type of lobbies, but this kind of lobby, right, since we have a bunch of those duos already qualified to global championships, a lot of the top teams aren't going to be present in the lobby today. Are you guys kind of factoring that into how you're going to play?
Yeah, so obviously a lot of the top duos on this region, like Rise Yamzo, Kanata Agers, Booga Threats, none of them are in this lobby. Like, this lobby, the way I'm looking at it is it's more of like a heat lobby. And if you look at my past heat placements, I've won like 4 different heats, which gives me a big confidence boost because like this lobby is not the most, obviously it's good players, but majority of this lobby is not been in this situation and they're going to be nervous and shaking, and me and Macwood are not going to be doing that. So I'm ready.
You mentioned that your experience plays a big factor in why you think you'll be successful. Like, what are the key pieces you've learned from previous finals that you think will be key to your success today?
Yeah, so I think just knowing like our surge routes and what we're going to be doing like mid game. I feel like mid game is one of the most important parts of these tournaments. Making it to those end games is, once you get to the end game, it's easy. So just getting through those mid games, getting your surge tags, knowing your rotations, getting your cash, all of that is very crucial. And I think we've played enough of Fortnite to know how to do all that.
There you go. Fortnite's easy, guys. You heard it from Blake himself. Blake, one final question for you guys. You know, if you wanted to give advice to players that are maybe in this situation and they're trying to kind of keep it together and they're maybe on that shaky ground, what advice would you give them to try and just help them just ease up a little bit?
You know, I don't really want to give any of my opponents advice, but if I had to say anything, I would just say be calm. If you don't qualify, it's not over. There's still next year. I know it sucks to hear that, but there's probably a big land next year, and it's not the end of the world if you don't qualify. It's going to be demotivating. I'm going to be demotivated if I don't qualify, but you just got to push through that, and it's how you bounce back.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Blake, for your time. Of course, for the fans out there, where can they find you?
My Twitch is just @Blake and Twitter @BlakePS.
Awesome. Blake, best of luck today. We hope to catch you a little later on.
Thank you.
All right, that was an interview with Blake. So as we kind of turn back attention toward the competition, let's talk about what works, right? So we have 6 games ahead of us, and at the end, we have to come in that top 8 of the leaderboard if we want to keep going. Let's focus in on, remember I mentioned 2 duos. We're going to come back to them now. First off, it's Pamstu and Fatch. What worked for them in previous majors that could kind of lead to them to doing well today?
So this duo kind of had an evolution over the past year and a half. They really went from like a one-track mind kind of team to adaptable to any kind of situation they're given. This year has been a little tougher than last year. Last year they had so much success. They've continued to be successful, but ultimately they've been contested pretty much the entirety of this year, having to fight for different drops. They were playing out of one drop the entirety of Major 3. Now they're deciding to go mid-map. We've seen a ton of teams on multiple different regions be successful here in the center of the map, regardless of the POI. The center of the map is really important and really key to a lot of team success. So Fatch and Pam decided, all right, we're not landing the outskirts, we're not landing any splits, this is ours. We've figured out if we make it to endgame, we have that success. So all they need to do is win those off-spawn fights, which I say all you need to do. That is a really difficult thing because they're going up against Chris, and he is also a player that has a high caliber. So I'm interested to see how exactly this plays out and if even both teams wind up landing here.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing that I'm looking forward to is the fact that I feel like the mid-map gives them more bounce-back potential from being contested, right? There's so much more area to work with. You have the mud, you have all of the plants surrounding the area, and then you have a lot of access to the rifts that can give you that instant contest on that rift island. So this could be a better spot for them to be contested.
Absolutely. So that was the first duo. Let's talk about the duo that I'm sure many fan favorites, or fans rather, would be their fan favorites. Is Clix, it's Epic Whale, the 6th time coming up with Clix. We saw Mr. Savage over on EU Qualified. That's one blonde boy. We need the second one as well at Globals. So what can this duo do to kind of be successful at the end of today?
What they can do is just what they did in Grand Finals in one of their best placing games, where, of course, today they're going to be landing to the north of Mega City. But I wanted to take a look at one of their games from Grand Finals, because how they played this game is how I'm hoping that they're going to play a majority of their games today. Of course, a majority of the early and mid game for this duo is going to revolve around getting Storm Surge, and they like to do that by basing up on their caches, which gives them good positioning and also a lot of extra heals. But because they're on that cache, as you can see from their position here, they are not afraid to go ahead and tank a lot of Storm. But it's not just them, sitting all the way out here in the Storm. It's the rotation that comes afterwards that I liked for this duo, because instead of white lining it in, running directly towards the next zone, they actually go ahead and opt towards going towards the middle of the map, that new biome, of course, which we've mentioned it time and time again. The mud is so good for any of these competitors to go ahead and use to actually rotate in, but then also, we mentioned it, they're in the Storm, which means that whilst they're in that biome, they can also heal up using any of those slurp plants, and they go ahead and actually tank zone later on in this game as well towards the moving zones using the slurps. So I feel like this duo has a really solid strategy when it comes to playing around in the Storm in this no mobility meta and just avoiding all those duos and getting solid rotates in.
That's beautiful stuff. There's so much detail, so much depth, and so many different ways to be successful. As we prepare, we're almost ready to kick things off. I want to just get quick expectations. So obviously we kind of talked about this before, but now that we have all this knowledge, what else can you impart upon us?
Listen, Clix, Epic Whale, they've been dominating round 1, round 2 of the LCM. Continue that today.
Okay, I'd like to see that. And then I also want to see some of these newer names start to rise up that leaderboard and get themselves a spot in Copenhagen.
That's right. This is it. The last chance major kicks off right here, right now. I'm going to introduce Kelly Link, who you'll be seeing and hearing as your mid-game analyst, but your casters, Monster Deface and Jacob PR, are standing by.
All right, let's get right into it. Thank you so much. We are gearing up here, Jacob. We have the last chance major right in front of us, and the stage has been set for us.
Yeah, it definitely has, and as the name kind of says, it's the last chance that these teams have to make that global championship. And you got to realize some of the players competing in today's lobby, they were substitutes. They were spectators on the side of the last invitational, and they have tasted what it's like to even see that big stage. Now they want to be on it.
Exactly. And of course, we talked about it and you heard it first from Blake. The lobby in general is going to favor those players that are a little bit more experienced. I am extremely interested to see how Epic Whale and Clix are also going to do, because we know if you look at Epic's just resume, his history, he's so good on land. But first, we have to get through the games, and I heard that battle bus. Let's go.
This is it. This is the start of a marathon of a day for teams. It's only 6 games, Monster, but I guarantee you it's going to feel like even more.
Yeah, it will. I mean, this is going to be, if anything, time slowing down for the players, right? For us, it's going to fly by. We always have a really good time, and we start it, and the next thing you know, it's all over. But for the players, you're really living in the moment. If you get eliminated early, you got to sit on that timer until the next battle is pretty much ready to go ahead and launch. But first, let's go ahead and start jumping around the early game, and especially the southern part of the map that is going to be highly contested, the fields here. We know that before, this is Pamstone and Fatch's drop spot. They are going to mix it up now as we're going to start leaning into this early game. But I think there's a chance that they are going to be recontested at even some of their newer drop spots. But here we have it. Looks like Broke and Tyler here are going for an early fight.
Yeah, this is exactly where this team was landing in week 3. They were one that was contesting Pamstu and Fatch, and then another team that was landing over on this side of the map. So things are already changing up just like the duos. Broken and Tyler, they're not straying away from any early game fights either. You see, they already have 1 elimination to their name. Even though it's not much, it's definitely something that's going to fuel them, because now they have Storm Surge in their back pocket.
Just talk about Fatch for a second there. In the feed, he did find Nut early on, so it does seem like Fatch and Pamstu already getting into their contested battles. As we jump over to Narwhal and K. Bursky, who are also here, contested just north of the map, but they're going to get a couple tags here. Of course, we already know that getting these early tags are absolutely crucial to the drop. You don't usually want a team to land here and steal some of your early game loot, but I mean, all in all, you still have your game in front of you. There's nothing to complain about.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you just have to kind of play it out at the end of the day, whether you're contested or not. That team disengaging, there's a little maze over on that side of the map. There is loot underneath for them to grab, but rotating is going to be hard. But Agent, 7, and Polarized landing at the racetrack, and that's one thing that we're seeing coming into today. Drop spots that were normally contested, drop spots that were taken by some of the big superstars on the region have now been left open because they already have their global championship spot, which makes it easier for some of these teams to kind of come in and creep on these POIs.
Absolutely. Now we get to tune in with Clix here, who's over at the Mega City. This is a great drop spot, of course, to play off of. We've seen Clix and Epic Whale play this drop in the past and have some success with it, especially as it pertains to some of that early game surge, but it does ultimately end up how soon can you get to the rooftops. And usually you see the experienced duos split the looting routes, right? You'll get one up there super early. Like if you ever, watch any of the Pollo and Sphinx gameplay, one is always on watch for tags. It's not what we're seeing right now from Clix and Epic Whale, so we're going to be paying attention to that surge. But let's get into this fight here, Jacob. We have Aviv and Larson seemingly kicking things off with the Brutal Bastion.
Yeah, already a monster shot on Aviv. This is the team SBG was talking about. You see her and Dorito. They're so aggressive. They don't want to split loot. They want to take it for themselves and already be in attack, trying to get into the box, have his opponents on the run, and there goes the first knock. It's going to be a trade almost going through, but they don't even scratch the surface. Dorito and Yasir are already claiming Brutal Bastion as their own.
And they do it very, very quickly. We're talking as fast as before the first zone even closes. So that is about the speed at which you want to clear your draw spot if you are contested. Talking about a team that found themselves contested, of course, we get to jump into Pam and Fatch. You see that they are playing somewhat of a drop split here, and they got into a fight. They only walked away with a single elimination, but that was enough to at least buy them some time, right? And get to their looting routes, which already, judging by the loadout, is seeming to come together. I mean, looking at max material and a pretty great loadout, but let's get into the fight here with Quanti now.
Yep, Quanti and TK already off to a start. You see they have the damage there on their opponent, Beautify, and Clux is going to be his teammate. They're just a little separated for my liking. It's a little too close for comfort, and now that's going to give Quanti the confidence in this 1v1 to continue to try to go for every single piece underneath his control, but he doesn't even know there's a layer switch coming out from Beautify. He's doing his darndest to try to reunite with Clux yet again, but there's just shots coming in from all directions. And Blake and Macwood, they're just north over towards Lonely Labs, uncontested, which gives them the freedom to kind of climb up, get some elevation, and interrupt this fight.
Yet, unfortunately, there is another team just lurking nearby, so it's not going to be easy for them to conclude their fight. And even shots coming in from the north, so You have to assume that they have absolutely been spotted out here. Falcon and Your Easy. And now everything's going to start to slow down. So if Your Easy wants a piece of this action here, they are going to have to force their hand. Otherwise, we're just going to be losing time on the clock here.
Wow.
They do try to force something, but the tag comes in, Jacob.
I imagine that was a mammoth shot or something, some sort of haymaker already. And this is a blessing in disguise. Quanti and TK are now trying to disengage. They got their early game damage onto BQtify, and now they're feeling the safety to try to rotate on out, finish looting up, because you got to imagine an early game skirmish like this doesn't give you a lot of time to get the materials and get the resources you need.
I really like how Your Easy didn't jump there. BQtify was absolutely ready for the same kind of movement, pre-aiming his reticule there. He would have otherwise got some early tags, but, you know, the small things end up making the difference sometimes. D-Roller, NPen, that duo that split apart here for the first time in quite some time. We find D-Roller and NPen looking to compete back with one another. They have the Kenjutsu crossing here. Another one of those powerful drops that we know can either be split or, of course, played for in full. Ultimately, there is more than enough loot there, but of course, it comes down to whether or not you can find fights early on. Here's a fight that's being dragged out now between Pump and Degen as they've tried to make their way to the safe zone.
Yep. It's a team that switched up their drop spot themselves, maybe not teammates from Shattered Slabs over on the other side. Of course, the rotation also pulling him in towards the eastern side of the map. You can kind of see the edge of the zone there, just below Frenzy Fields, which means a lot of these teams that landed towards the outskirts on the southwestern portion of the overall lobby is going to have to not only think about their surge plan, but how they're not going to get stuck on that congested side of the zone. It's very, very early, so there's definitely plenty of time as long as they make it a focal point.
We will watch how it all plays out here shortly. At the end of the day, you have to hit those tags, Pump, or you're going to be falling behind here. So no trades, no gain, as I like to say. And look at this. They're going to start digging into the very little bits of heals that they have picked up in their early routes. So I'd call that an early look at shambles. Loadout starting to come together. But for Bacon and Jeff, this is what exactly we wanted to see a little bit early on, right? Get to these rooftops, start looking for players in the vicinity, but you can see there's really no one in sight.
Yeah, they broke it down before the pregame. The analyst, SBG in particular, he was talking about some of these players that already qualified got a new profession. They're coaching some of these teams on the day. Jeff and Bacon are actually being coached by your FNCS champion, Kanata, and that's going to give them a lot of confidence going into this game. But one thing I also noticed in that mini-map, there was one team missing out of Mega City. That was Clicks. That was Epic Well. So already they're putting their change of plan to the test here on the day, just trying to get out of Mega City, because that was one of the biggest things that kind of haunted them, was their lack of Storm Surge. That left them hunting for it later on in the game. But from one superstar team to another team that I think probably has it on lock, Peterbot and Byla, former FNCS champions. And if you look at that championship run, they had dominated day one. They kept up pace for day two to take it overall. If they could somehow mimic that here, they will get themselves a spot.
It's not going to be easy, as it's not going to be easy for Macwood and Blake, but according to them, they feel like, hey, look, the advantage is in our court. We have been here before. We have the experience over the bulk of the duos, and quite honestly, they're not afraid of not a single team. Blake and Macwood didn't single out anyone. They're just like, hey, look, everyone here is bottom tier compared to us. We feel good about this, and I like that level of confidence. They had that same confidence, though, let's not forget, at the Major 3 just a couple weekends ago, so we'll have to watch how it all plays out. This time they are completely uncontested, so their problem was, of course, earning placement points. The few times they did make it past the drop, they played pretty well, but here we have Clicks and Epic Whale, that same problem of the Mega City being somewhat lackluster, if you will, right? You get some loot from there, but you don't really get into any fights, so they're going to have to play very aggressive now.
Yeah, look at them being proactive as well. Instead of just camping in the box, trying to wait for that loot cache, they just quickly box it up. They go ahead and capture it. But while it's taking the time, they leave because they know they have to deal with Surge. There's no point in being stagnant at any stage of the game. And so they're just trying to prepare. They're trying to be proactive. This is only game number one. And a lot of these players know it's going to get harder as the day progresses, including Trashy and Clarity. This is what they're doing here. They're getting their loot cache, and they're sitting by this Rift statue. That way, if they got to rotate on out, they got a free rotation. If they want to contest that Rift Island, that is going to be a huge tool in their toolbox.
It's really what separates high-level competitive Fortnite versus your standard Cash Cup or any other kind of lower-level, you know, quality of total lobby, is the fact that the ultimate hurdle to overcome is the strategy of finding the proper fights, mitigating, of course, your your losses as far as damage and whatnot in the process. So it is a very difficult thing to do. But let's just catch up. What all happened here? Razor and Airy find themselves up on some big loot. And this is how it all begins. Oh, that zip line caught before Cutify can even touch down there.
Yeah, just judging where they were at in the start of the game fighting to where they ended up, they probably went back up towards Lonely Labs to try to get the scraps or whatever Blake and Macwood left behind. But similar teams are going to do that same thing, and that's exactly how he got caught out on that rotation. Luckily for him, that there's 5 other games to make up for it. And we have seen some teams on EU qualify without having 1 or even 2 good games. It's about how you play the rest of the day out.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does come down to popping off when it matters most and just making the best of your good runs. A team that I'm looking forward to is Walkers there, and Vert you saw in the distance. I didn't see Vert. I did see Walkers though, however, so hopefully he does have a teammate still nearby.
Yep,
and here we
have
have
so many new teams here in the mix. We broke down some of them in the beginning, but Kelly's here to break down some of our returning and new teams.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Of course, with this being the last... Thank you so much, Jacob. Of course, with this being the last chance major, these players are going to do whatever they can to punch their ticket into the global championships. And with that, the strategy might be playing with a new player. We have 27 players returning from the Major 3 Grand Finals. Out of those 27 players, 17 of them are playing with a new duo, such as Byla and Pewterbot, which we talked about before, but we also have Redux, Jagveer, Notch and Larson, Aviz, TK, Bully, Nazin, Inpin, and D-Roller, and we have to see how that works out for them.
Definitely a good opportunity to change things up and try to get this last chance, the last 8 spots for NA in that global championship. And for some of these players, after watching the past 2 rounds, it is really giving me a boost of confidence that maybe they did make that right decision.
Yeah, but you know what? Like we said, it's really going to come down to performance at the end of the day, and this game's already halfway through, so the clock is ticking. We haven't seen anything pop out, I would say, yet, as of our competitors, so it's your standard pacing so far for NA. Things are just going to slow roll here. Plenty of players still alive right now as well. And this is where it does start to get a little more difficult. The Rift Island's going to jump up here. And Jacob, as we know, this is worth a lot of points if you can fight for it.
Yeah, you said it perfect. A slow roll. Usually that Rift Island appears. You got players rifting in the sky to try to contest it. For the first couple of seconds, nobody even goes up towards it, but now fights are going to break out, realizing that nobody contested it. They probably think they're the only one. You're Easy and Falcon. They are definitely up for the challenge. That's Pewterbot. That's Byla on the other side. In comes even more teams that make this a party.
Let's see the early tags here onto Npen and Byla. Inside the box there, excuse me. Byla and Pewterbot there inside the box down low. Shots are going to come out in return, and the more experienced duo is going to get the first knock there, and Falcon gets finished. Your Easy is now left by himself, and this is what happens when you push a team that is absolutely ready for war here. The counter shots come in. He's probably a little faster than what you've seen in the videos, and all of a sudden you get to experience it firsthand. Byla and Pewterbot are nothing to overlook at or take for granted. They come in, they close things out, and already now they have the lead here.
Yeah, it's scary. They have so much pop-off potential. They could turn a fight around in moments' notice, and that's what they like to do. They like to fight for every single thing they have, and that's also going to be one of the things I'm watching throughout the day. If they can play both sides of that coin, you know they can play fast and aggressive, but can they slow things down when they have to, especially now that they're 532 above the damage threshold. Risky peaks with this season and the Mammoth, as you see here, is going to be a huge one to watch out for, and that's Polarized getting taken down by Pam, Stu, and Fatch.
Now, the cool part about that replay there, they timed that perfectly. And not only that, it was like a flick shot coming out of Fatch out of nowhere. So the comp comes out, they hit the double headshot, Mammoth right there, and you can even react. That was just beautiful. But let's jump in with Death and Tahi now. The Surge is officially active. You can see the numbers starting to pop up above on the right-hand side as we start tuning into the points of view here. Big numbers mean you're okay. If you're below, it means you're not okay, and you will have to fight. There's about 15 or so players that will have to go down now, so this is going to be a very long, drawn-out surge. And for most, it's going to come down to how well have you prepared for this moment.
Yeah, and you can already tell Clarity and Trashy know that one player, Nelson's knocked down. They may not know his exact location, but they're going to get that cleanup in just a few seconds. I think Tragic made the brave and the correct choice to disengage, especially with how weak he actually was. With his own pulling in, Clarity and Trash are going to have to leave this spot eventually, and I think that could be his run to at least try to pick up that reboot card. If he actually gets the reboot, that's going to be a whole nother question, because this finals lobby is already looking like it's one where nobody is letting any opportunity slip through their fingers. Slick and Chicken is going to be one of them. 53 below the damage threshold, but they at least position themselves high up on a mountain to where if they wanted to take peeks and try to get surged, they can do just that.
Yeah, Chicken has to be the first to go now while he has that Slurp Juice rolling here. But the hesitation is probably going to come back to, to punish them here. If they can't find something and find something quickly. They have Lacey nearby. That can be a total option. They're going to go for the fight wall to wall as opposed to going for the long range tags here.
With Surge, as long as they hear the shields crack, this Mini, every time he pops it and Surge, they know he's weak. They know it's somebody that they can easily try to defend against. That's Lacey, that's Jivy, and that was a huge clutch just to get him here. Lacey picking up back-to-back eliminations and even getting the final one in their final game. And starting off hot, they get another elimination to their name, but the other one got stolen away. Epic Well, somewhere around the map, saw this fight and said, hey, this one is mine, you can have the other.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems with going for a box-to-box fight right there, that disadvantage. That shield crack sound is so distinctive. The players themselves cannot see the lightning bolts come flying down, right? But you can absolutely hear the damaging sound of the shield breaking, and that's a telltale giveaway. I would have liked for them to take a little bit of a longer range battle there, but it is what it is. We live, we learn, and we move on. Here we have Broken right now playing the deep zone right here, possibly looking to see if he can, rat around right now for a potential pickup, but also he has some options in front of him. The fact that they are 600 above the Surge here means that they have had a successful run. I mean, 4 eliminations tell us that they are off to the races right now. You will need a team to make it a little bit further here. A couple seconds left now before he will have to pop a med kit or otherwise. Okay, there goes the med miss. And yeah, I guess he's just gonna play to just make it as a solo.
Yeah. Luckily for him though, the zone is pulling away from Mega City, so the reboot is going to be possible, but he has to wait. I don't think it's in his control here for all those other teams to just move on over and start their rotation. Jeff and Bacon being one of them. They started in Mega City and already have trekked not too far over towards Naughty Nets. That's where the zone is going to be, and already it's telling me that if you don't prepare for the different elevations, the water underneath, you are going to run out of mats quick and need a siphon earlier than you expect.
Yeah, and this is one of those rotates that do become a lot more difficult the longer you wait. So I like that Jeff and Bacon are on the move here. And again, to no surprise, we already know that they have that big coach in the corner, right? That's a third brain to work with here to navigate through these decisions. And what better player than to have Kanata, who is extremely experienced here, supporting them on the run right now.
Yeah, I see shades of Kanata. His loadout gives me shades of Yamzo and Rise. A lot of these players adapting from that grand finals of Major 3, taking a lot of those strategies, putting them in their back pocket for later. And this is the roller coaster I was trying to warn you guys about. It's going to go completely off the island that every single player is currently positioned at. So the ones who rotate early, those are the ones going to have a major advantage in this next zone.
About the Fortnite Lords open up the spell book and they're like, okay, where can we place this zone? Yeah, let's just choose a place with no one on it. They go hard south here, and every single player in the lobby have to start making this mad dash here. Quanti and Tiga are going to be one of the first ones to go ahead and get some of that early real estate here. Hopefully, they do end up building a big old base, making other players' lives a little harder. But you see, for Cardi, Patek, they want to take an early fight. Quick, like a bolt of lightning. Striking through, cleaning things up. That was nicely done.
Yeah, even with Surge turning off, that was Tavern who got caught out of position. Lawrence is right underneath. He's definitely trying to bide for his time, and this made it to where he can't rotate first now. He has to wait for some of these other teams around him to begin their rotation before he can start his own. But once those players move on out, that's going to give him a little bit more flexibility to work with. And as you see, a lot of these teams already positioned up. They have their Storm Surge, Pamsu and Fatch. This is a team, 3 eliminations so far. If they can mimic what they did yesterday, I saw a 17 elimination victory. This team can play both sides of that coin, passive in the end game or pop off if they need to.
Yeah, that's the thing about Pamsto and Thatch. They are absolutely amongst the upper caliber. They just have to make it all come together. Now, they don't have an easy task. They are absolutely contested, so this first game is going to be a super important one to start to get that lead, because there's a likelihood that they don't make it out of the drop later in the tournament, right? With just 6 games, it can be very, very dicey when you're rolling out that early game battle. Macwood and Blake here, one of the only teams that are extremely experienced that haven't quite picked up an elimination just yet. Already having a bit of a tough time here as they're just hovering above that surge threshold, so they will need a little bit more.
I feel like Macwood could only blame himself for this zone. He said Fortnite was too easy. They said, hold my slurp, let's give him a far zone, see if he can handle the pressure. And so far, I give him an A+ because he's handling it well. The only thing they have to watch out for is that Storm Surge. Clicks and Epic well as well, positioned right below. And they're one of those teams, they go for pre-edits. They try to drop players in their box for eliminations. Right now, I think the blessing is that they don't need the resources just yet.
We can see the zone. This is the first time it pulls far, far north now. It's going to start making it so that players, regardless of whether or not it goes your way, no one is safe. It's going to continue to drag and pull here. Macwood and Blake have elevated themselves just a tad bit. So has Yasir on the outskirts. But now we jump in with D-Roller, who's been taken out of the lobby, and it's up to NPen now to try to do what he can. He is just 83 damage above the threshold there, and things are going to pause for a moment now. But he is on the far side of the zone. He's got a long run to make. Depending on his timing here, it'll make or break the run. Here it goes. Off to the races. NPen starts to book it across. He's got plenty of builds to work with, and it's looking really, really good. So it does seem like he's timed the rotate beautifully here.
Yeah, missing out on that global championship by 1 placing in Major 3. NPen, this is his redemption arc. He is ready to boot up and get himself that spot in the global championship. As Pamsu and Fatch are still finding those eliminations. That was D-Roller, and that's why NPen is now playing the rest of this game out as a solo. And these are huge points that any solo in this lobby can get, because we're barely into the top 20.
Yeah, and you can see the strength of the Breacher here in the end game when you have the zone and you're positioned accordingly. When you're in a great spot with no pressure around you, the setups here are absolutely beautiful. And you can see how they are not afraid to take any kind of fight here. Blake and Mac would have to be careful. Little do they know a threat is lingering nearby. Pamso thought about it, but instead they prioritize the rotate here first. It's going to start to take them off the elevation. Pamso left behind, and that's what happens. You let your guard down for a moment there, and all of a sudden it is all over. It's now up to Thatch to play this one out by himself. He's looking back here, trying to figure out who took out his teammate. And little does you know, it's Macwood there. Macwood's going to get tagged up, and Thatch with a quick takedown. Can he get the finish now is more important there. Yes, he will get the body tag, possibly the point as well to come here. There it is, and nicely done for Thatch.
Yeah, now's not the time to go down for anybody in the lobby. Placement points are just beginning to ramp up for every team that does go down. And we're talking about ramping up. You said it yourself. Clicks at Epicwell, the first team that is taking the high ground and trying to put it in their pocket and use that to win the game. This team, too, just like Pamsu and Fatch, had a double-digit elimination victory royale yesterday with 15 overall.
High ground is like a lost art on NA, so if you can put it all together, there's not a better time to do it than now, when the lobby in general is those that are last left to qualify here at the last chance major. Epic Whale and Clicks absolutely have all the experience in the world to play this high ground, but first, we got to turn over Peterbot right now, who's looking to get Mixie here on the low ground. He will have to make his way up this weird elevation here. He finds a moment and an opportunity out the side, and he is off to get to the front side of the zone now. Starting to run out of material here. He will have to do something absolutely desperate. The clock is ticking, but luckily, no one is near him. He popped the pre-slurp juice there. And Blake's one of the last ones on the edge of the zone. He's also going to make it just in time.
Ooh,
getting intense.
Little zipline play. That was big for Blake. Allows him to kind of move just a little bit quicker through the zone. Med Miss is going to be used. That's just going to get himself his HP up. Still has one more in the back pocket. Clicks an Epicwell from one mountain to the next, holding on to that high ground, not letting it slip out of their hands, not even for a second. They're one of the few duos left in the game. There's 3 different solos. Clicks and Epicwell are still putting pressure on the rest of the lobby.
It's the top 5 for Blake, though. Nicely done. Epicwell jumps down because he needs the refresh here. He gets a couple mats, and oddly enough, they're going to leave it up to him now to go ahead and go for the toe-to-toe battle. I would have thought you said Clicks down already, but no. Peterbot's still down there. making it not easy of a decision to go just yet. Peterbot gets taken out, though, to the hands of death. Epic Whale now has to make the decision. He's going to pre-pop the slurp juice here. It's a 2v1 situation. It should be an absolute easy cleanup now as they have the advantage here. And it's going to be all she wrote here in just a moment's notice, but there are no more builds left on an Epic Whale and Clix duo, so they can't afford to miss a shot now. Death can still do something, but it's not going to be enough. Epic Whale closes things out, and they win the game.
That is huge. This is a team that everybody had high hopes for. There was a ton of pressure on the entire Fortnite community and even for themselves. They switched things up and they have been on a roll since then. Duo Cash Cup, FNCS Last Chance Round 1 and 2, and already here in Game 1.
I mean, would it be an in-person event if we didn't see Epic make it there? We'll find out. Like I said before, this is absolutely one of the teams that I know that can put on the performance when they are all together in the same household. So we'll see it.
Yep, we'll definitely see if they can keep up that pace and anybody else in the lobby, as a matter of fact. But if Game 1 is done, let's take a look at that leaderboard. Zeke, analyst, break it down.
Here we have it. Clix deciding game number 1. Global Championships. I got my eyes on you. High ground and the victory royale. Vivid, this is a strong start.
Wow, I mean, listen, this is looking good already. I like the fact that we have a strategy set forth already by Clix and Epic Whale, letting it be known that high ground is what they're going to be going for throughout the entire day. And I got to give a shout out to those zones, all right, because it's almost like we were playing trios. It was the duo of Clix and Epic Whale, and then I feel like they had a third teammate there, the terrain, right? Because as they're on the higher ground, the zone was just pulling up the mountain, making it so insufferable for all of the other players out on the low ground to kind of have any chance, but nonetheless, Epic Whale and Clix played it to perfection.
And you love to see these big-time players step up when it's required. Game number 1, setting the tone early. We are here, we mean business, and we're ready to take home one of these qualification spots. You know, it definitely feeds into their confidence as we continue to move through the rest of the day. Now they know in their brains that it is possible to win games, and not only can they win games, but almost kind of control a lobby as we move through these endgame zones.
Yeah, and it wasn't just them, right? We saw a whole host of players we're used to seeing, right? We had Blake and Macwood there. We had Byla and Peterbot as well, having to play solo in that situation, but still, what a crazy way to kick off the last chance major here in NA. I know you Clix fans are out there like, yeah, let's go. I'm here. We're here. We're in this together. Let's take a look at the standings, though. I want to see what else we can learn from just game number 1. I like the word you use there, SBG, tone, right? We're setting the very tone here in this game. Now, it's not just Clix and Epic Whale. That's right. Take a look at this. So, Def and Tahi decided, look, we don't need the victory royale, Vivid. We're just going to walk away with 8 eliminations, and we'll start in the first place.
Listen, they're sneaking out there in my mind. They was not on my radar at all that Clix and Epic Whale would not be in first place. So shout out to Death and Tahi. But I also want to give a huge shout out to Peterbot and Byla, because not only did they go ahead and capture Rift Island that game, but Peterbot had to put on one heck of a solo clutch to actually clutch up a majority of their points right here, because he was left as a solo.
Yeah, Peterbot's just doing Peterbot things. This is almost expected from him at this point, and those expectations, while they are heavy, he seems to step up and show out every single time. And this time, he didn't frag out, do anything crazy, but he makes the right plays slow within himself to allow that placement to continue, and that's why we're seeing them. Plus, you know, a little Vault Rift Island capture, that'll get you those 18 points. That stands out to me. Those guys are clearly going for Rift Island as well.
It's wild, too, because remember, think back to previous majors. There was one week where we just saw everyone going after Rift Island, every single vault they could. And then in Major 3, it's like, nah, we don't really want to fight for this anymore, right? A duo would just show up and be like, oh, Rift Island, yeah, I guess I'll contest it this time. But for Peterbot and Byla, they're like, no, we're going to prioritize these things. And that's making a difference.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, too, the changes that came in right before grand finals of Major 3. Now, if both you and your duo are up there on Rift Island capturing that capture point, only 25 seconds, and they, of course, got priority that game, so they captured it so fast. It was just so easy, just an easy 15 points for them.
Yeah, it definitely makes it much faster, much more viable to play for if you can get there first. Also, I know you gave him a shout, but shout out to Death. Doing the unexpected in game number 1. Him and Taki kind of just like historically underdogs, and those guys having a big game number 1. Again, just like I spoke about for Clix and Epic, having that confidence, having a successful game number 1 really breeds success later on, and I hope to see these guys continue that.
And one thing I actually looked at there on the standings, remember, are we looking for that top 8 to move through at the end of the day? Pamstu and Fatch is a duo we are desperate to see at Global Championships, right? And they are right there on that line, sitting in 9th place, only 2 points separate. Now, of course, nobody panic. We've got 5 more games. Everything's fine. However, this is a duo that I want to see perform. This is a duo that I believe should be at Global Championships.
Yeah, and honestly, they were in a really good spot coming into this endgame right here. Not to mention any team that actually made it into this endgame, hats off to you, because that 7th zone pulled on the naughty nets. And like MDF mentioned, there was not a single arrow within that zone, so everybody actually had to rotate onto an island. But yeah, it just came down to this. I mean, that first moving zone came out, and a little bit of a staggered rotate between this duo got Pimsto caught up, and Fast was left as a solo to go ahead and clutch up. But, you know, he got a couple points for them in the end. To me, though, the fact that they got early eliminations and had so much Storm Surge done throughout the early game means that they probably have a really good strategy coming into the rest of these games, which means that we're very, very likely to see them in endgame after endgame throughout the next 5.
Yeah, they were able to get that first elim right off spawn, and the thing that's impressed me most about these two across this year is last year they've kind of been slower, more methodical, less aggressive players. They've seemed to put on a more aggressive mentality coming into these lobbies and really being almost angry playing these games because everyone is in their way, trying to prevent them from what they see right in front of them, and that's Copenhagen.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so we have one game down. Is there anything that you guys are feeling like you saw in this game 1 that you're like, I don't know if this is it? And on the flip side, are the things you saw in game 1 that you're like, I'm into this right here?
Or should I? But I feel like a lot of the favorites coming into the LCM, right? We kind of saw all of them in 7th zone, so a lot of them are making it into the end game. So I think that's good news for all of the fans out there, all of the favorites coming into today. And I mean, like, it's just got to be the obvious point here is that Clix and Epic Whale controlled the high ground, and if they can continue to do that throughout the day, it's going to be easy for them.
Yeah, the one thing that surprised me was that zone. Vivid, we were talking about it. I don't think I've ever seen that zone pull before. Crazy. But Quanti and TK able to make that rotation from all the way up north, all the way down south. Very impressive to see them have that much success here in game number 1 with the difficulty on 10 with that zone.
Absolutely. Of course, it's not going to be easy for any of these duos with a rotation like that, but I know we want to talk more about things in general, but hey, we got more games to go. There's 5 more before we are done with the last chance major. Let's get ready to hop back on with Jacob PR and Monster D-Face for game number 2.
Well, that's right. We're just a big step closer now to getting to Global Championships here, Jacob. With that being said, Zeke posed a great question. What do we want to see more of? I think what we're lacking here is that high ground identity.
Yeah, you said it yourself during that game as well. A lot of the teams that would typically go for that high ground are not in this lobby, which means it's open for the taking. Just look up. That's what these teams have to remind themselves game after game. Give yourself time. Get to the front side of the zone in the later half of the game and just look up.
And avoid those ramps that Pamsto and Fatch rotate there. Definitely went south the moment they tried to play a little too conservative, and they had the front side of the zone there. So high ground endgame rotates definitely do require a little bit of a different type of play style, and sometimes min-maxing can come back to bite you and maybe even haunt you. But ultimately, we did see some of those favorite teams there at the end game moments as we expected. But again, some of our favorites are being absolutely contested in the early moments. And of course, it's harder and harder to get those surge tags as teams start to really figure things out and begin tweaking their gameplay. So for us, we're going to have to find out now, because I did hear the battle bus.
I hope now that this is game 2, that the nerves have been shaking out from a lot of these players. And I'm the glass half full type of guy, Monster. The zone pull that drastic in the early game number 1, should mentally prepare a lot of these teams for the possibility of that happening again and again and again, or even more times throughout the day, because some teams, they land on the outskirts, and that just ups the probability of them having to trek across the map on a journey for first place.
It truly doesn't get much more difficult than that. So I do think we've seen the worst of it, but we'll just have to find out here. Again, this is game number 2 of the last chance major. The last opportunity now for teams to start punching their tickets to Copenhagen here for the global championship. Our competitors have been competing all year long through major after major, different season to different season for these opportunities here. So this is a big deal here to make it to the in-person event. But hold up now. Big fights here, and a much different narrative starting to unfold, and this is what we talk about. It's not just a coin flip, it's a dice roll. Depending on what and how your early game plays out, I mean, just like that, everything can come to an end.
In fact, that's just an interesting strategy right out of the gates, because we saw Jelly and Clixie almost uncontested in that last game. And that's Pump just trying to switch up the strategy. And I feel like we're going to see that more and more as the day progresses, because if you find yourself at the bottom of the leaderboard, maybe 30th, 40th place, you might have no choice but to leave yourself in Game 6 with a pop-off performance, 10 eliminations, Victory Royale. You might be forced to go for that Rift Island a lot sooner than you would expect. So a lot of these teams, you're going to have to prepare for almost anything to happen from the start of the game all the way to the finish.
One thing we did see was that Rift Island play a huge point bonus for Peterbot and Byla, who secured it. And look at that, it chucks them all the way up to 86. Without that security, they would have been down around 5th place. So playing for the Rift Island when there's only 6 games is, I believe, absolutely worth putting all of your marbles into the basket for. And we'll see if they continue to make that as a part of their strategy, or if it just worked out, right? Sometimes things just work out and the Rift Island spawns near you.
Yep. You see that the Tahi are just one of 2 duos competing with a top 10 finish in the grand finals this chapter. Just unfortunate that it just didn't really mean too much in those finals where they did place the top 8. It wasn't the grand finals of Major 3 to where they got their spot, but at least they gave themselves the blueprint. Just like Quanti and TK, the blueprint is what matters. You know that you're on the right track. And another early game fight coming out from Pamstu and Fatch. I felt like that was a huge part of their success, not having to worry about Surge. And it is going to be on Reliana and Nut again. The revive is going to go through, but his back is up against the wall. They need to be able to try to find this rift, and it's not going to give them enough time. Pamstu and Fatch have started the day hungry, and they're on a terror.
I mean, SPG said it best. They're playing with that different level of anger, that spark under their feet right now, and you can see that it is absolutely coming to life for them. The fact that they even hunted Nut and Unreal on the down is a statement in its own, because they had all the space in the world, but now they have to be careful. There's another team lurking nearby, and that little advantage of HP Fatch picked up there for the 2 elims is now gone.
It's almost scary, though, because a team that's known for playing passive, playing for the end game, now popping off in the early portions. It just goes to show that this means so much to so many players that you might be forced to switch up your playstyle. Works out for some, might not be for others, but for them, they are definitely on that right track. As Dashed and Badger, they find Blizzard separated on the outskirts away from his teammate. You see him in the minimap. He's trying to close the distance. Blizzard needs to be able to buy him time. Dashed and Badger are doing a good job of putting the pressure on, but it's the damage. It's Blizzard. Him able to slip through these builds and stay alive is what's given Ducky enough time for him to reunite in the same box on that low ground.
That's right, and we're going to see a lot of new faces here. Let's see if there are any of the new young and up-and-comers that have what it takes here to punch their way through the last chance major and get their ticket to the Global Championship. For now, though, Dashed and company playing it nice and easy. Textbook here, backing off, going for high ground, content with a little bit of an advantage that they got. And you can see that it's not really worth losing all of the rest of their ammunition for. They do have, of course, a longer game to come. So there you have it.
Just unfortunate. Degen playing as a solo, tried to return, get Pump's card back. And while he was doing that, trying to get away from Clixie and Jelly, well, a third-party shot did come in, which kind of took down a lot of his shields, a lot of his HP, kind of left him defenseless, and that's a huge opportunity. Jelly and Clixie, they actually did get a victory on the day yesterday, so again, it's all about the momentum that you're able to carry over from one day to the next.
Back on over with your Easy and Falcon here. Do they have the momentum from the last game? Remember, They were the team that was taken out at the Rift Island. It looks like a little bit of unrest is going to start to settle in here. Beautify also taken out. Oh no, never mind. He has a sliver of HP. There's a moment and an opportunity here for them to bounce back, but it's going to be pretty difficult considering TK and Quanti are some of the more experienced duos in the lobby. TK in particular is one of the most disgusting controller players we've seen emerge out of the last 2 years of the scene here. They're happy with some of the loot, but do they want more of the action? It does seem like it.
I remember watching him with Ritual as his teammate and how aggressive they were. Quanti's just not letting up off the gas. That Flapjack just tearing through builds. That's Klutz and Beautify on the other side. It's great to see them get early game, not only eliminations, but damage. That's something that they weren't able to pick up in that last game. And it put them in such a weird position that they eventually did go down. And that's the thing, confidence is brewing. You could look at a mistake and it pull you down, but these guys are ready to rise to the occasion, learning and adapting on the fly.
And look at what Quanti's doing here. Notice what he's doing. He's giving himself more room to work with and allowing TK to play a different angle here. This is just those little things that you see from high-level experienced competitors, especially like Quanti, someone who has arguably been here more times than his own duo, TK. But all right, now choosing to back out here. They've wasted enough time. They found a couple tags and didn't quite get more than what they were looking for there. So they're going to go ahead and go for the disengage here to continue on the run. That is what matters most. As we jump on over to Jeff and Bacon here at the Mega City, of course, looking to play. Does seem like they might have secured the vault. We jumped in pretty quickly. I'm not too sure.
This is smart.
What I'm noticing. Yeah, what do you see?
Yeah, this is smart. Right now, Bacon is probably positioned at one of these mountaintops that they're talking about. Jeff had the vault key. He went by himself, picked up both the Flapjacks and both Slurps. He's bringing them up to Bacon. They're going to divvy that loot around, but this means that they were never stopping their surge plan. Bacon was always on top, trying to tag players up, but this is a battle that I've definitely been waiting for. He's ready for the challenge. That's Epic Whale on the other side. You don't see clicks anywhere. He's on the whole other building, so Epic Whale definitely has to watch out.
This is exactly what can happen when you are playing Mega City. We already know teams love to solo base up, but again, these little mobility options that you have here allow you to just cut across building a building really quickly. And I mean, that could have went terribly wrong for Epic Whale, who just took game number 1 with the Victory Royale, but luckily he did react fast enough. We now jump in with the experienced Day and Redux here, already with the single elimination, taking the floating scenic route at the moment. Shots start to come in here, so down comes the deep dive. And they're just looking for positioning, looking for a little bit of footing here. And I like where they've landed themselves at. Onto these shrooms here to get all the HP back. Bounce right back into the game.
They're giving themselves so many options here, making this rotation. They can use other rifts like you see Yagvir and Aminish doing, but they also have the mud that you see a lot of teams use to rotate. And right now you see with another south zone, southeast to be exact, very, very similar to last game. A lot of these teams are prepared. You see instead of white lining into the center of zone, Yagvir and Aminish, they're going towards the north. They're trying to go to where they think is the least congested side of the map to try to give them a much easier rotation.
Possibly even look to hold players out here as well. This is an open field set up in front of them, but Blake and Macwood are starting to close the distance here and get on into a more advantageous position. D-Roller and N-Pen on the other side right now seemingly have been situated for quite some time here. No threats in sight just yet. I do wonder if they've spotted that team out by the cabin up north. I don't think so. As you can see, D-Roller is looking pretty desperately for anything. This is where the last game more or less ended, down at the Naughty Net. So I'm thinking they're thinking, hey, what if it comes this way? Let's get here a little early.
Yeah, it's definitely up to them where they want to rotate. They're beating a lot of the other teams because they land on that side of the map. Hopefully they do choose wisely. Hopefully they did get some surge to start themselves off. Decay, Sniffer just trying to scrape together, scavenge some of this loot that is on the bottom. They do have a pretty good loadout. They got Mythic Munitions Augment that gives them that tactical pistol. They have a gold Havoc pump, Slurps, Minis, and then that Mammoth that you see majority of the lobby carrying. Right now, it's just about so much action going down around, all around them to be exact. 2 teams fighting directly, another 3rd team sneaking up, 2 more into the distance, and this is their chance with a bunch of players weak to try to pick up some eliminations and even more loot, and that's exactly what I was talking about as they find Chris out of position.
Not only that, they do have some of the walls here, so everyone's out of position because half of this is their territory. And with a quick finish now, they're feeling extremely content with that because they needed the material here as well. Look, they're just going for the re-control of this entire area. And the max material count now back into Sniffer's inventory. What an excellent way for them to turn that situation completely around. Find themselves back in the game here. Back on over with Clicks and Epic Whale. Does seem like plenty of teams have now started to hover towards this drop spot here, but nothing stands out to me just yet. I do wonder if they managed to find their tags, as Epic was more or less pushed off of his position early on.
It's like a great decision for them. You can see it like from one game to the next. In game one, they left Mega City to go and find their surge. This time around, they're boxing up at the top of one of these buildings. Depending on where this next zone pulls, they could have everything that they need and more. They get zoned yet again. And a lot of those teams towards the north side of the map and even towards the west are in their line of sight, so they can keep padding surge on these rotating players.
Well, look at this. The Rift Island is starting to be revealed there, and there is no one really near it to insta-claim it. So there's going to be some options there available for some of the players in the lobby. Like we said before, those 18 points can be an absolute game changer. Get them early on, but Slick and Chicken now pushing for the fight here. Jivvy and Lacey are on the defensive. The last time we saw this, it went very well, but this time there's no surge pressure warning just yet.
Yep, for Lacey and Jivvy, they're doing a good job up until this point. The Chicken and Slick, they're not one to stray away from any fight, especially if they got the damage lead very, very early on, not knowing exactly where these players are positioned at. You see them trying to disengage, keep rotating in, get deeper and deeper towards that Rift Island. They can choose to go up, maybe even a Rift, but there's only one team currently positioned on top of that Rift Island, and they're definitely going to be the ones that have the best chances just to capture it. Because of the changes to the capture point, two people sitting inside, like you see, is going to capture it much, much faster. So now you see the rest of the lobby only seeing one team up there. They know those points are going to go over, so everybody else is just going to scavenge together the rest of this loot.
I like what Chicken was doing there. It's like they were just like looking out, trying to see if we could catch the player going up the zip line, but it didn't quite happen the way they wanted it to. And there it is, capture point already secured. You said it's quick, but it's a lot quicker than it seems. It's just like that, it's already over.
Yeah, so a lot of these teams, there's no reason to fight directly up there. What you typically see now that the point is captured, you see NPen, D-Roller, they're just re-farming, regathering those materials, and a lot of teams like to position on top of that Rift Island as well. It's a huge amount of elevation, but it's the biggest thing is the storm surge that they're going to be able to gather up there, because now they're going to be able to see everybody all around them before they have to rotate themselves. So we got so much action going down around the map. I'm going to throw it over to Kelly to let us know what else is going down around the lobby.
Oh, hey! So last game, I talked about the new duos that we're seeing in the Last Chance Major. Now I want to talk about the returning duos, and we have 5 duos returning from Major 3. That's Trashy and Clarity, Clicks and Epic Whale, Pump and Degen, Pamsto and Fatch, and Blake and Macwood. Now, out of those 5 duos, do you guys know which duo has made it to all 3 majors? That's right, it is Pamsto and Fatch, and their best performance this year was a 7th place finish in Major 2. Let's see if they can do it again.
I think the way they have been playing so far, they have that potential, maybe even climb higher, but 7th place, I bet you they would be fine with that, because it's our top 8 teams on the day that qualify in. Whether you're 8th place or 1st place, that's still a victory in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really all that matters, is getting through the Last Chance Major into the Global Championship.
So we're another South Zone like we saw in that last game. That's why I said it was a little bit of a blessing. Teams got to prepare for nothing to go their way. If you can prepare for nothing to go your way when the game is a little bit smoother, you pull zone, you get early surge, that almost feels like you're playing on easy mode. And for Peterbot and Byla, because of that capture point in game 1, you said it yourself, they're able to climb up the leaderboard, and already you see them just tagging up these players as they follow right behind them. That's Justice, that's Veer, that are right in front of them, but they have to watch out. There's a team position at the top of the mountain just to their left that would make them susceptible to taking damage.
That was an excellent stat about Byla and Peterbot here. Really just showcased the times they have played together. They have not fallen outside the top 5 in the FNCS Grand Finals lobby. It's just one of those things, man. sometimes you are just meant to play with another player, whether you like it or not. Y'all just know how to get it done. So we'll see. Vert and Walkers, man, this right here is for sure one of my more, again, underrated, I'd say dark horse picks right now. Vert is someone who's proven himself time and time again to be an absolute fierce competitor, but Walkers is that newer age of young and hungry player every season, slowly working his way up the ranks, now finding himself more alongside veteran players, right, that can really, I would say, accompany and complement his growing skill set. But here with Cam and Notch, a completely different conversation in store for them. This is a very much experienced duo here. They've been here before.
Yeah, Notch playing at some of the biggest stages, qualifying there with different teammates as well. It goes to show that he feels like you can pair him with anybody, he's going to shine. It's all about keeping up with his pace, his tempo. I think Cam is a good teammate to do just that. I remember when he came on the scene, he surprised a lot of people playing with veterans himself just to get to where he is. And that's the, ooh, wow. I was gonna say that's the biggest thing, but Mojo and Hove over on the other side, just hiding through the door. Peekaboo, I see you as he takes him down. Now Notch is feeling the pressure of not only teams, but Storm Surge as well. All he have is Slap Splashes, so that was his only opportunity to get damage, and everything came crumbling down in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, he recognized he had to take a fight, like whether he wanted to face check that team or not. He really needed the tags. He didn't have many other options, so unfortunately their run's gonna come to an end pretty quickly. And now we jump in with Blake and Mac with 327 above the surge threshold here, just outside of the new zone, and plenty of options to pick apart here on the north side. They're going to instead prioritize the rotate while no one is watching. And this is just wonderfully executed here, breaking that line of sight with that tree there, getting super close to Broken and company here. And shoot, they might even feel like this might be a team they can fight, being that they weren't so aware of their coming. So we'll find out.
Definitely has his own, and the game keeps going on, and a lot of these players are going to get pushed closer and closer together. A little bit of a beauty, though. Mega City has so many natural covers, pre-made buildings that are indestructible, so you could box up, you could get yourself a nice position and then try to rotate on out, but it's also one of those spots that gets very, very confusing knowing where your opponent's at, as Camso is going to have to do the rest of this one as a solo. It's definitely possible, but being into the top 35, there's that many teams still alive. There's just 10 teams that need to go down before you even get points, so Pamso has a long road ahead.
Not an easy ask by any means. Very tough spot to be in. I do wonder what happened with Fashy falling this early. I mean, last game, they made it to endgame together and then played it out. What can you do as a solo? Very, very tough position to be in. But Byla and Peterbot, like we talked about before, this is a team that has continuously been on an upwards trend when playing with one another. When they split apart, I would say it was one of the bigger surprises, right? They came off of an actual FNCS win and then split apart. I remember it very distinctively because we were hyping them up as a team to look out for. And then all of a sudden they decided, yeah, we won a championship, but we don't have to play with each other. And they started doing different things. It was such a big question mark left, I'd say, on the community. But now look at them back together and doing well. Death and Tahi, another well-performing team coming out of game one, now completely finished. Again, before the big placement points starting to give out, so that's going to make the standings that much more contentious for the rest of the lobby here.
Yeah, a little bit of a feeling of how I think the day is going to go. It's all about consistency throughout the 6 games. You don't want to slip up, but sometimes you give yourself a little bit of a speed bump along the way, and you got to have that confidence, that mental game to stay in it. Things aren't going to go your way 100% of the time. You got to be able to pop off. See Trashy taking down Lacey in the feed. Lacey, somebody that was in our top 7 after game 1. So it's definitely up for the grabs for a lot of these teams in the game, as Palsy's just trying to position himself above another team. He's trying to make himself look bigger than he actually is.
Yeah, that weapon's absolutely underrated. The explosive damage can do some big problems for some teams here. But hold up. And with Day and Redux right now, just a single Elim. They are, I'd say, flirting with a bit of an issue here as far as how much damage they need to start to make and pick up in order to get pretty comfortable for this end game right now.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. It's a good feeling now that you are above it, but a lot of these experienced players know it's 154. That could change in the blink of an eye. Even if they get the elimination, you see them drop down just a little bit before going right back on up to 225. They definitely have their plan intact, and they're trying to make sure that it goes to perfection. Clicks an epic well, coming off a hot win in game number 1. 271 above the damage threshold. A huge difference from last game, but that's just because they haven't had to move at all. They landed Mega City, and they've been here ever since.
I'm more surprised they don't have absolute high ground right now, and they've been content to play somewhat of a mid-ground layer here on the outskirts, but everything is starting to change now as they will have to rotate completely out of the city hard west. Some might call it rigged, but this is not a rigged zone by any means for them, as they will have to go all the way across, and they know the map probably better than most, and they have the straight path all the way through.
Free rotation, anyone? Almost not even getting tagged up at all.
Maybe a little rig
damage.
Maybe just a little bit.
That was just insane of a rotation, especially in a lobby that is stacked just like this. But that just goes to show how many other teams are forced to rotate exactly like that. Jeff, a player who also lands towards Mega City, taking a page out of their playbook. It's not as easy for him because now he's a solo.
Yeah, you say he probably doesn't even know as much of the routing path there. So he's just going to say, hey, I'm pretty okay with how far I got. I'm going to go in and cut through this building here. A lot of risk involved, of course, running through enemy builds, but ends up working out in his favor now. Nos is there to his right. He's just creating absolute destruction here through builds. Has to be careful not to expose himself here and there. He finds himself a nice little comfortable nook to play off of. And he has officially made it towards the high placing points now, but this is where it gets that much more difficult.
Yep, see Vatch going and having a great game here as a solo overall. Peterbot and Bylov, 4 eliminations, slowly but surely climbing up the leaderboard. You see here in Dorito, you can see them in the distance. A good portion of the lobby did pull on this next zone, so it's not going to be too hard of a rotation to begin, but the longer you take, the longer you stagger yourself behind, that's where it's going to get tough.
Well, it's going up and over this mountain now too, so there is some serious elevation change happening right now. For Redux and Day, they don't want to play the low ground any much more than they have to. And here they find themselves working their way on up. Bully, Shadow, just next door. Another very, very exceptional team here. Meanwhile, Travis and Austin go for the full low ground, outskirts rotate. Very different approach. We love to see different styles come into play right here. High ground held currently by Cardi and Patek. Does seem like a little fight might be going out for it, but they're going to put up a big enough front to hold it down and then reconnect some old builds that were left behind.
I was wondering how players were going to get up that mountain. But when you start with elevation, it's that much easier. They're going to hold on to it as well. That's Agented and Polarized trying to make up for that game, last game in game 1. You saw them get separated. You saw them get tagged up and eliminated by Pamstu and Fatch. Now they're trying to make up for it, and they're going to find another solo out of position. That's a refresh that they absolutely need. You see them running low on materials.
It's one of those eliminations you never expect to happen either from the outskirts, on the edge of the zone, a team coming through on slurp effect and speed. They make it look nice and easy. Peterbot and Byla now. Here comes another elevation shift. Front side of zone. It's looking like a repeat of the last game. But this game looks completely different for Clix here, who's now taken out just outside the top 15 there. And he does earn himself some placement points, so that's going to be enough padding, which is exactly what he's looking for here to make it through to the Global Championship. For Day and Redux, though, from high ground, now down into the endgame situation. They have played this masterfully so far. Can they get the refresh they need? Day doesn't have any more material to work with here. It's all going to come down to this big tag, and he doesn't find enough. And Redux was nowhere to be found. The zone finishes him off as well. And just like that, they are crossed out of this game.
You can see these constant elevation changes are expending so many materials and making players go through the ringer or even put in a blender. As Peterbot's up for the challenge, though. He has that heavy breacher, could easily break through a lot of these builds. That high ground changes yet again. Bully's up top by himself as a solo. If he's able to put down pressure with this MK Alpha, I don't think anybody's going to be able to look up and realize he is by himself. Peterbot just trying to break through. Polarized on the other side, but a huge shot to take him down and keep this game alive.
Yeah, Polarized made that look nice and easy. Nasa makes it look easy as well as he just boxes up his opponent, finishes him out, and Diminished is sent back to the lobby. And now we're getting closer and closer to a top 5 situation. There it is. Chimp falls to the hands of DK. And this is it. It's a 1v1v2. There's only a single duo in this endgame here. Who's it gonna be? On high ground, we do have Bully here, but he is very low on HP. But Yasir and Dorito have a lot of help to work with. A couple of material to use as well. It's looking very, very good for them right now. But this plays a desperate one as they're going across the outskirts here. And this zone is so unforgiving. It's continuing up more elevation.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for anybody to try to survive. Nastin even goes down at the bottom. He had plenty of pills if anybody's out for it. But Bully goes for it. He gets the siphon out of nowhere, drops down to take down Dorito and take the game as a solo.
You love to see that, and that was so unexpected. Just as I thought we were going to have a moment to breathe, reset, reevaluate what was going to play out, Bully says, no, sir, you don't have a moment here. Neither do I. I have to make this play. It's all or nothing. And look, he had no more builds. He puts it all into his own fate there, jumps down, and finds the elimination there for game number 2.
You saw that game. It was a roller coaster, a teeter-totter back and forth with those zones. Bully, he didn't have plenty materials, but he went ahead and recycled the position on that high ground to go ahead and steal that game away. A huge boost of momentum because he did it as a solo. But with game 2 done, we're just going to go throw it on to Zeke, Vivid, and SBG to break it down and let us know what the leaderboard looks like.
You know, Jacob, sometimes you just got to go in. You know, last chance major, it's the last chance. Say, you know what? If I'm going to take the fate into my own hands, I'm going to go out the way I want to go out. Just kidding. I'm going to get the victory out is what I meant to say. Congratulations, of course, to Shadow and Bully getting themselves a victory out paired up with the 5 eliminations. This is exactly what you want to see, especially this early, gents. Like, this is a big jump start to their game.
That was actually a crazy zone, right? We just saw last game how I was talking about how, because of how it was pooling, right? All the teams on the lower ground were getting suffered. Well, this zone pulled up such a high mountain that even Bully on the higher ground couldn't even make it up. But he has the intuition, right? He knows that he has to drop down at that moment. He only has 20 white HP right there to work with, so he knows that, listen, I will only have 2 seconds to go ahead and tank this zone. I gotta go for the win now. Smart play, and he gets it done.
Yeah, you respect the play, and also, like, shout out to that mountain. That mountain probably got like 8 elims there at the end of the game just by forcing everyone into a brick wall. And those are reminiscent of like the old days, like the polar peak zones where you saw just a wall that nobody's getting across. These guys, unfortunately, Bully's the one on top, but ultimately the mountain won.
Old Man Mountain will always claim its toll. Let's take a look at our standings. So we have 6 games total today. We're down 2. So we have 4 more left to go before we say goodbye. Peterbot and Vila, they started that first game in first place. They say, why don't we just keep this going? Why don't we just hold down this #1 spot? 149 points, 10 eliminations as well. Guys, I mean, if they just keep this up, they are a lock for global championships.
Yeah, and it's really no surprise to find them at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, after game #1, we saw Peterbot clutch up a plethora of points with that 3rd place, and guess what? He was left to do it again this game, of course, picking up an 8th place, but more eliminations to back with 6 and 149 points after just 2 games. SBG, it's looking good for the old FNCS champions.
Oh, it's looking really good. And we were just talking about it. When they won an FNCS, they landed at the best POI on the map. And I currently think they are landing at the best location on this map at the moment. Again, getting the vault, getting a few more objective points, getting those mythic weapons, and then just that little buff that provides you a little bit extra. And I mean, Peterbot, I'm going to say it again, Peterbot doing Peterbot thing.
Absolutely. Let's go back to the standings. I want to break down more of what we see. And of course, look at how things are starting to shape up with only 4 more games left to go. Clicks and Epic Whale. So they managed to fall down just a single placement, but that's not that crazy, right? Because of the Victory Royale paired up with the 5 elims, Bully and Shadow, they've jumped up the 10 places. So it's not like Clicks and Epic Whale are doing bad, right? They're still holding it down. They have triple digis. They're here. Again, we just got to keep this pushing forward.
Yeah, honestly, this game was looking really, really good for them. I had high hopes. As you can see, I mean, it was basically on the back foot of this rotate, right? Taking basically 0 damage while using those rails, which, yeah, absolutely sick. Great intuition, knowing their POI, right? Because, by the way, this zone is right where they land. But it was just all about trying to find the refresh, and somehow amongst all of the mess, they found themselves in a 2v2 box fight. And usually they would be favored in this situation, but they did not come out on top of it. Epic Whale goes down. Clicks is left to the solo with no mats. Couldn't pull anything out more than that.
Hey, so sometimes you go down. It's just how it happens, and these guys able to get a decent game number 2 after that great game in game number 1. But I also want to give a shout out to Yasir and Dorito continuing that aggression. I didn't know whether or not they were going to come in today being an aggressive team. We've already seen them jumping in boxes, being aggressive, picking up end game eliminations. And while yesterday I was impressed by their ability to fight, today I'm starting to become impressed by their ability to navigate through end games without fault.
You speak about it, Press. Look at this leaderboard. 12th place and, of course, 16th place. Look at both of these duos. Sniper and DK. And then down in 16th, Agented, which is Scented, and Polarized. Both duos up 30 placements after a single game. Gentlemen, it only takes one great game, and suddenly you could be finding yourself within that top 8 to keep the Global Championship dream alive.
Yeah, I like that narrative, Zeke, right? Because let's not forget, a lot of these teams have already put up upwards of 90-point games, so it really is any game matters. But this duo, we talked about it. We were going to see them on the lower ground at some point in this game, and we finally got to see it during that game, in which case they clutched up a 5th place with 5 eliminations. And if this duo can continue to find themselves in the end games, I really think they could find themselves in the top 10 after next game.
I certainly hope so, because Scented or Agented is one of the most recognized players within this region. While he doesn't have himself an FNCS championship, it could be just like Kanata. It could be right on the way following this qualification and then the global championship. He's a player that I fully expect to be confident if they are able to qualify to globals, so I hope to be able to see them play.
Yet another duo I just really quickly wanted to highlight there was actually Nasen and Tragic. They're up currently in a 9th place, so just outside of the top 8. But we kind of continue to talk about these one game kind of flipping everything. This one game, they had 7 elims, right? They had this surge come in where they came in. They just said, look, we're going to make a fight. If there's only 8 spots going through, we will be one of the duos in contention for that.
You know, I got to mention, though, we've already seen some great, solo impact points coming out in just 2 games. Yeah. Not to mention, in that end zone right there, when we broke into the top 10, there was only 1 or 2 duos alive. So already we're seeing that the impact of some of these solo players, the ones that can perform without a duo, are going to have the best chance throughout these 6 games.
Yeah, and I think that's almost expected. These are the duos that weren't able to qualify through the first 3 majors, so it's going to rely a lot more on those solo plays. But going back to Tragics and Nasen, having a great dead side rotate in endgame, which pretty much just allowed them to walk free and have a really solid endgame there. Tragics, one of the long-standing pros, and again, another player I hope to see. There's only so many that can actually make it, though.
I know, but listen, we have 4 more games. We're going to jump right back in the action. Fortnite pros, stay on target, right? Let's keep doing this. Let's keep running now. Monster D phase, Jacob PR, take us through game 3.
Yeah, I think we'll see exactly that, because the pacing is setting up to be just that. I mean, the games are going pretty quickly here, Jacob. We've already seen Blake and Mac would also inch their way up and jump 4 placement points just through inching away, chipping away through the ice block, right? That is how you want to make this through. It's not just about explosive games, right?
It's about consistency overall. You might see at the top of the leaderboard, Peterbot and Bylaw. Those are the explosive games. They're going to have a much easier road throughout these finals if they could keep up that pace. But everybody else towards maybe 4th, 5th, 6th, and below, those are that consistency points. Those are where it's going to come down to the wire, because it's 72 points at 8th place right now. And I don't think the gap between 8th and maybe top 20 is going to open up too big going into our next couple games.
No, the points right now seem to be, if you're around 60 to 70, you're really in the conversation so far as a team that's on track to snag a top 8, which is pretty competitive, all things considering. But we are starting to see those Peterbot and Byla type duos break away up towards the top. That wasn't a real performance, though, for Epic Whale and Clicks. Not probably the one that they were looking for. Did fizz it out a little sooner. We're talking about what was the lack of success there. I think it had to do with that left camera peak. But hold up, I heard the battle bus. Let's jump on it.
This is game 3, and another chance for these players to kind of switch things up. If you're Peterbot, Byla, maybe you don't want to switch things up. If you're Yasir, Dorito, maybe you don't want to switch too many things up either. But if you're those teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, you don't want to wait till game 4, till game 5 to force yourself to have that pop-off game. You need to figure out how you're going to pick up some of these points and make it into the end game.
yeah, if you're struggling with even making it that far, maybe the play is go for that Rift Island. It's something that we haven't, in my opinion, see enough teams continue to commit to more aggressively, if you ask me. But we'll see as desperate times calls for desperate measures. Now jumping in with users and accept. This is very reminiscent of last weekend's Major 3, where Pamstone and Thatch were playing for this drop here, and they were fully contested, but it seems like accept and users have bought themselves some time, so it isn't too messy here just yet. Now we jump in with the NBA Young Monkey picks here. They're going to find themselves a couple eliminations, so Mr. NBA Young seems to have clutched up.
Yep, these contested drops, this is kind of what we look for. Finishing the fight so quick that you give yourself time to get resources and rotate if it does get a far pull. Dashed and Badger, we've seen them fight this earlier on in Game 2 against this same exact team of Ducky and Blizzard. But with not the same loadout, this is going to act just a little bit different, especially with Dash a little separated. Trying to reunite with Badger. They know there's a strength in numbers. Blizzard and Ducky doing the same thing, but not only have they given themselves elevation, they have shields that only one player on the other team does.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, this is moving so fast. We're already nearing the halfway mark. This is game number 3 of North America, where once again, everyone here is competing for their last chance at the Global Championship. It's the last chance major where only the top 8 move on. So if you're a team like Blizzard and Ducky, these are your final opportunities now to really turn online and try your best to make it past these early moments. You cannot afford to continue to fall to the hands of Badger and Dash here. Otherwise, the opportunity and your chance will slip away. So Badger and Dash now, they have a real chance here in front of them to make something big happen.
Yeah, I love the thought process going behind that. Drop on an unsuspecting player, separating from his team, but it was Dash who had the help. Him and Badger, 2 different angles, and that was a huge success. TK and Quanti already putting in work over here towards Slappy Shores, getting themselves an elimination here. But Quanti just taking the brunt of that damage. So a great bait and switch between him and TK to come out on top.
But I like what we're seeing from Falcon and Yoreezy. They are trying different things every single game. This time they come on over to Slappy Shores to try their hand at it. Of course, it doesn't quite work as TK and Quanti were already here, seemingly beating them to the punch. Whom, by the way, TK and Quanti also being a little flexible as well. We've seen them more times than not up around this area, around the snow biomes, but instead they were down at the Slappy Shores there. So very interesting to see them continue to play their flex drop. But this is a different zone. This is finally pulling a little further north, but still on this eastern side. So for some, there's a lot of favoritism already coming out here in the first 2 games.
I like how K-Perfect watching his back. You know, Blake and Macwood are over towards Lonely Labs. DJ and Pump, they're fighting for everything. There's at least 3 teams here and a 4th one in the distance. They have to be able to watch out. They went down rather early in that last game, so they need to have at least a top 15, a top 10 performance on the day to keep themselves in the conversation of qualifying to the Global Championship. Crips is using that whole distraction of the other teams shooting shots their way to try to get Noxie back into the game. They have more than enough heals to get themselves up to good shape. It's all about how they're going to disengage and get out of this position.
Meanwhile, looking at the feed, Quanti continues on a tear, finding another player there. So Quanti and TK really turning online here with the elims in the late half. Pump and DJ now wanting to continue their aggression. Already at a single elim, plenty of options nearby. So no need to rush into any type of box fight here as they are just farming tags in each other's vicinity. Meanwhile, we get to jump in with Quanti and TK. They're finishing up another, or the rest of that duo there. Down goes Klutz. Down goes Be Cutify.
That's exactly what you said. It was Be Cutify first that you saw on the feed. Finish that one off with Klutz, giving themselves that 4th elimination of the game. Probably feeling confident when it comes to Storm Surge. You add on the blessing that the zone is finally pulling their way. That gives them so much flexibility in this game. And with the zone pulling north, you can see they're right above racetrack. Pamstu and Fatch are trying to position themselves where they know a lot of teams are going to have to rotate from. And this is where they're going to try to get as much surge as possible. I think Fatch, he took blame for that last game. He realized the mistake he made, and now he's ready to make up for it along with Pam.
What do you think about the bush at the top of the 1x1 right there? Very sick strat.
Yeah, it's cheesy and cheeky, but it's definitely one of those strats that is not only going to save you heals, it's going to allow you to get damage. Players will not even want to look your direction and take that bloom battle.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see play out. Feel like it's one of those things, like you said, maybe they won't even want to peek you. Sometimes teams are more likely to peek you. They're like, oh, yeah, I can see where you're at. We can, trade a couple damage pieces. But we have Eerie sneaking up on Quanti. Quanti has no idea. I thought he was going to open with a huge shot. He actually had a chance, but there could be a second one revealing itself here shortly as TK is just off to the left here. Will TK come and finish the remaining metal options? Doesn't look like it. He's a bit off, so Eerie loses his chance to open up, but gains, of course, the opportunity to sneak on by potentially right now.
I think it's a blessing they got those early game eliminations because they don't need to farm up the resources. I bet you if they didn't, that's the direction they would go. I know I would probably get caught off by something like that as Quanti and TK. Don't even know how blessed they just got not getting sneak attack because TK was actually a far distance away, so it would have been a straight 1v1 for a couple of seconds. As Epicwell and Clix talked about them switching up their strategies game after game. They moved on over towards the racetrack. We saw this same thing where they tried to contest Kanata for that heal. This time they're going to get it, and they're going to be able to look back towards the south, towards the eastern portion of that zone to try to pick up as much surge as possible.
I like this. Playing outside the mega city, giving that position up to play for a slightly stronger spot on the outskirts of the map. Peterbot and Bilo are not going to be happy about that, though, as all of those teams are, of course, trending towards the top of the standings currently. With Jagbeer and Aminished here, they have a big rotate to make if they want to find themselves in a fight. Instead, they're just going to play the low ground. Let's see it.
A little struggle there. I like Jagbeer in the way he positioned. He knew there was 3 slurp pants just at the bottom. Doesn't matter how much damage he takes. That's 75 shields and HP he regenerates just like that. And every couple of seconds they respawn as well, as long as it's not in the zone. Pump towards the outside, separated from his partner, playing this one out as a solo. Luckily for him, though, he is at the edge of zone. So if he does have Dejan's card and he does find some HP heals, whether it's a med mist, med kit, or any of the fruits and vegetables all over the island, he could go back, tank the zone, and get his teammates back. We know there's a huge strength in numbers, and that's definitely something Pump needs to watch out for.
Yeah, let's not forget, Pump was just moments ago when we tuned in, surrounded by about 3 or so teams. And you see that they unfortunately did take the brunt of the hit there. Now a solo. Got chased out to the outskirts here, but having a chance now to bounce back into this game here. For Peterbot, Bilo, they give up the position where they were holding before for the cachet here. They do seem to have been able to secure it. See, they're covered in mud as well. Probably for that fast rotate there, giving them the advantage here. It's Macwood, it's Blake nearby though, in a fight here, trying to wrap up the opportunity they had in front of them, but no, Chris comes to the rescue there to save him. Macwood and Blake know better than to stick around when a team's putting that much pressure down, so they back out.
Yeah, smart move as well. They heard the shots coming out from Peterbot, and they used that distraction as a free rotation. You can see Peterbot's loadout. It's almost shades of Yams, or at least them who made it popular, carrying both the Flapjack and the MK Alpha. That gives them being able to break into the box like you see them do in a lot of those box fights, but allows them with the MK Alpha to get that Storm Surge from a distance. And as the game goes on, you're going to see them switch out that MK Alpha for something else, whether it be heals, a Mammoth, or whatever they desire.
Here's Quanti and TK. Saw them on the outskirts of the map. Barely slipping by Eerie's grasp there. But they're very much comfortable. Max material, max loadout here. They could do for some upgrades. So a weapons cache would be very, very nice to find here. Some remnants left over from previous crates being opened. But TK and Quanti right now are in an excellent position here to put themselves into a wonderful mid game. Meanwhile, Epic on the high ground here, trying to fish for tags. Doesn't quite find one. More surprised that both these teams are not building at all. Like, what's happening here? Really trying to slip by the reach of Epic Whale.
Nice shots, though, for them. Great surge to add to their totals, but eventually, if the zone trend does continue, they will have to move away from this spot and eventually move towards the north portion of the map. For them, I definitely think they're ready for it. They have plenty of tools all around them, from vines to the mushrooms that they can hop and not take any fall damage overall. as we jump on board Agented and Polarized, who jumped up 30 spots in that last game. I'm going to go over Thorno to Kelly because I need to see this blueprint.
Thank you so much, Jacob. And we saw Agers and Kanata have incredible success in Major 3, grabbing finally their first place spot in FNCS Grand Finals. But how much of that was due to their drop spot? Well, it looks like Scented and Polarized think that that might be a major factor moving on to Racetrack this game. Now make sure you take some notes because changing your POI might be successful.
I like that Agented and Polarized actually did decide to go towards the Racetrack in this last chance major, because a couple of seasons ago, you got to remember, it was Agented landing over towards that Racetrack before it got taken over by Kanata and Agers. So there's a ton of familiarity. There's a ton of planning that he already has, and now he can go ahead and lead Polarized to the promised land.
Yeah, the only difference is when it's contested, we have seen things go really bad for teams nearby there. So long as you can have that general area to yourself, it is an excellent drop spot to play off of. But let's jump back in with Polarized here. Let's see what's happening. Right now they have Kaminaj in sight. Kaminaj had a pretty difficult previous game. Polarized catches them absolutely off guard. I don't think they realized that the roof was taken there. And look at that, completely content with the big tag. The island pops up and they're going straight for it. This is all a part of the strategy here. The tags were just extra.
It's like they timed that one perfect. You can see him just waiting onto that rift, waiting to use it. And immediately it was when Rift Island spawned, they decided to get out of dodge. And you can see Peterbot on the other side as well. Him and Byla ready to attack this at a moment's notice. But first, Agented and Polarized to know the dangers that are around them. So they're trying to get every single piece underneath their control. So that way it's them who can maneuver in and out of these covers.
Peterbot and Byla, if they secure this, I mean, they are absolutely going to the Global Championships. This would just be too many points earned. I think too early on. It'd be extremely hard to catch up to them and knock them out of a plus 200 point lead.
I know it's not exactly the same, but if you look at the top 8 from EU, it was about 227 points. And Peterbot and Byla are more than halfway there, so I gotta agree, a nice pop-off game here. If they capture Rift Island, they could qualify in as little as 4 games to get that spot, and already you're seeing the pressure they're putting on. Byla is gonna go in first. Peterbot follows up. The knock is onto Agented, but they still have to be careful, because even though they got the knock onto one, there's still another team around.
That's right, and this pickup hasn't happened just yet. Polarized trying to play defensively here. Gonna go for the heals first, and that is too much time given to Peterbot and Byla here to read the situation and finish things up. And just like that, they get 2 more eliminations now in the full security of the low ground here at the Rift Island. Now, all of that, of course, was happening while I believe the island was getting secured for the points, but they did get a payout at the end of the day.
Yep. Some Surge. Another elimination. That's two eliminations. That's 8 points just off that alone.
Yep.
There's still so many teams around. Tavern and Lawrence, they're just sneaking by, trying to get Surge off the edge of Rift Island. 171 though for Statics and Pulse. This is definitely going to be a moment there. If they take too long and they don't get anything from this, they're going to put themselves in such a bad position when it comes to Storm Surge.
Yep, the Surge is going to be a problem for that duo. For Peterbot and Byla, they're not going to have a problem just yet. Should they get into one more fight, that'll solidify the rest of the end game for them. Look at this. These are the benefits of having the Rift Island. All the additional material you can find in the... Meanwhile... Okay. Punished. They're over peaking now. Here comes the counter fight.
Back to what he was doing before, just trying to push these teams out. And they don't realistically need the eliminations. They just need to keep putting pressure and push them out box by box by box to where they're no longer contesting the point. That's what we've seen a few times. And already you're seeing it come out from Byla and Peterbot. Every single piece that was formerly Agented and Polarized is now being underneath their control, and that is going to be a successful play, Monster. He pushed them out. Now the Rift is technically theirs for the taking.
Yeah, I think I like what they're doing, actually. I know they don't have to be so aggressive, but I think they're trying to put the nail in the coffin here and now. They're trying to solidify this last chance majors position.
Those 15 points are definitely going to push them along the way, and then those slurps are just the cherry on top. But Dorito and Yasir, they love to fight. They love to get aggressive, but they're 31 below the damage threshold. Shots coming in from the other side. this is bad news because they're 31 below, and in about 40 seconds, Surge will activate. And all their heals are already gone before it is a thing, and it's actually activating right now. They're just taking so much damage. Instead of fighting for it, they're just trying to rotate, and hopefully they survive.
Yeah, this really was a worst-case scenario there. I think they had the right idea. You had Aviv and Larson right in front of you in what was seemingly fresh builds as they were making edits. It's exactly what you're looking for, but that one additional team they didn't see coming all of a sudden has ruined their strategy. Now they're going to be forced to take this box-to-box fight, which we already saw what happens when you get close to a team like this.
Yeah, this is becoming a nightmare. From 31 below to 242. Even the couple of shots they hit is not going to be enough, but teams padding in around them. Dorito's going to get chopped down. Yasir's just trying to survive, and Apple Day keeps the doctor away, but I don't know if that's going to work for Jivy and Lacey. They're not scared to back down, especially since they know they already got one elimination. They're 48 below the damage threshold. They feel like it's now or never for them, but third parties coming in. It's making it exponentially harder for anybody to survive. You even got the stink plant going through in their direction to displace them all around. This is where they're going to be able to slow it down just a little bit. They got above that damage threshold. Now they're feeling a little bit more comfortable here.
That damage from the stink plant is completely underrated. It does so much. You can see it chip straight away at the HP pool, but yeah, it's not looking too hot for all those duos caught in that melting pot here. Meanwhile, Clix and Epic will have to make the move here. They're also just above. You know, this is one of those positions that you don't quite want to be in. You typically want a little bit more than what we see on screen right here, but they have the mud effect. They are able to make a big rotate. This is the second time now we've just seen exceptional clean rotates come out of them. But they do have someone on their heels, so they will have to be careful. In the meanwhile, Peterbot and Vila are turning up in the feed. Let's watch what happened there. We get to go back in time. Except users on the Rift Island, they let their guard down, and Vila and Peterbot come right back around. This is what they do best. The fact that they already dropped Polarized. They already dropped the Jensen out of this game. They're like, hey, man, that's about the best that it gets. If we can beat them, make it look easy, we can do it to anybody.
Yeah, that's exactly what is actually happening here for Peterbot and Vila. They're just trying to take over the game. They know eliminations with a top 10, a top 5 performance here throughout just 3 games is going to put them in prime position to where they just possibly need one more of those style, and they'll secure their spot. Death and Tahi, a team who started off hot, not even winning the game, but after game 1, they were in first place. They hit a little bit of speed bump in game 2, but they're definitely here to make a statement and qualify for that global championship.
I remember back in the day watching teams pop off so hard in 3 or 4 games that they actually logged off the remainder of the tournament. We're seeing early snippets of something like that potentially unfolding here. In the feed, though, I see Macwood finds himself a couple eliminations, so that's pretty nice. Macwood and Blake were on that 8th place spot. Not sure if we've actually seen anyone inside the top 8 fall already.
Just trying to look all around, see who has the best position. I see what loot a lot of these players have. Pamso and Fatch. They're definitely in a good spot. They're rotating into a crowded part of the zone, but that beats what is behind them. The rest of the lobby, quick hip fires with the Mammoth, just trying to land some shots into the distance while they rotate. Badger's going to be right below. A couple more shots. They're just trying to add to that Storm Surge total. They know they're already above it, but they want to make sure they never fall below it.
But also just putting pressure on teams so they can put the builds down and gather the attention and provide some cover that they don't have to build for. Just like that, right there onto Tahi. Look at those tags. Pam still with the triple dig and the full knock, and then pushes right in. He wastes no time here. Doesn't even need a call to his teammate or wait for him, and then he closes it out. Pamsto and Fatch are moving with purpose right now, and it is showing.
Giving haircuts out to the lobby for free. That's all he saw was just the tip top of that character, but he made it count. AV goes down. Clicks Epic well. They're still battling with Storm Surge, but they are going to be above it zone after zone, but it's definitely a dangerous position to be in. And you can see the combination of this duo is incredible. They have more total grand finals appearances than any other duo at 31. This is why I feel like the entire community might be on their side.
Definitely. Call it the Clicks effect, of course. We all root for the kid. Let's see what he can do here. If he can make his way all the way to the global championships, the opportunity is here and now. Once again, this is game 3. Right after this, that's the halfway mark and 3 more to go. Flying by here. Blake by himself. Macwood put up some of the knocks. Blake's got the finishes. But now he's by himself here. No builds either. Oh my gosh, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse. And he gets caught out there. Now they did earn placement points. There is a little bit of a silver lining here to be happy about, but not much other than that. Tough game for Blake and Macwood. That's surely going to knock them outside the top 10 now. They're going to have a lot of work to catch up. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Bila, a completely different story here, looking to solidify their position here at the last chance major here and now. Put all the doubters behind them. Open up the conversations as a team to look out for during the LAN event to come. I can see it happening. I'll tell you that right now. This team is dangerous. We're seeing why. Clearly showing that they're just a cut above the rest.
And you can notice that they're just keeping their elevation intact. They're ready to play for it if that time does come. Quanti and TK doing the same thing. If you look at where the zone is at, it's not as drastic as that last game, but there are different elevations that a lot of these players will have to overcome no matter which direction this next zone pulls. But it's going to be towards the right, so it's not too bad. There is a mountain that some of these players will have to climb and go on over to the other side, but because there's a bridge underneath, they can take zone and take the low road.
And still, Batch coming off the momentous 2 eliminations, really showing us what this tactical pistol is made of. I don't think I've ever seen someone get deleted like that with it. Right next door, Peterbot and Bala says they do have to be a little careful. Another aggressive duo in this lobby. TK, Quanti finally get a little taste of their own medicine here. A team more aggressive than them, pushes them while on the outskirts there. Luckily, Quanti does get a little bit of the zone favor here, but for how long? Tratrix gets tagged, that's one. Open box to next door, he's thinking about it. Nope, they end up closing it off, so that team's not as desperate as he might have thought. But this team is, and the two-piece finish for Quanti now. And they end up getting everything that he needed. That was swift. It was easy for him.
That was just an opportunistic moment he fully capitalized on. Gets the double siphon, finds a med miss, a huge refresh and a boost of confidence as Quanti is finally going to make it into the zone. But as we look up towards the side, Scold is holding it by himself. He's being contested for now, as Clix and Epicwell is using that as a distraction. They're staying on this mid layer. They didn't go ultimate low up until now, so they found out it was safe. But they lack builds, they lack resources and heals. This one is definitely going to be a hard challenge for them.
I told you, Peterbot and Bala want it more than anyone in the lobby. They just cranked up to high ground, saying, hey, why not do it here and now? Why not solidify one of these positions here? Quanti has not stopped, by the way. Another duo falls to his hands, bring him way on up to 6. Give him some more points now, and he continues to cook, but there it is. Finally, he falls, and on a rampage, nothing short of it. Clix and Epic Whale make it to top 8 as well. Another excellent game for them. Meanwhile, Death is also in an end game after falling short after game number 2. So here we have it.
Trying to do it by himself. He definitely has the tools on his tool belt, but with no builds, it's definitely going to be hard. He's one of the first players there, and he's trying to sneak his way into the front side of the zone. That way, Peterbot and Bila cannot spot him, but it doesn't matter if they do, because Pamso did. They found him sneaking around, and he became the target instantly after. Peterbot and Bila, and the pressure they're putting from the high ground is just insane.
All the heavy hitters are here. They are continuing to show their faces. Top 10 after top 10. This is shaping up to be an excellent last chance major. It's exactly what we hope for. It's the teams that we want to see at the Global Championships, battling it out round after round. But now it's up to Peterbot by himself. 4 builds, make it a little less as he gets tracked down right there. Trashy's lit. Clarity's inside the zone. It's a 1v2 situation. He does not have the advantage right here. He's got the HP pool, but so does Clarity.
He has over 100 heals. He can stagger himself in and out of the zone while he tries to pick his fight. This is going to be important. I've seen him clutch 1v2s before, and this is his chance to do it again. A great shot onto Clarity. He takes a huge tag himself, but Clarity drops down to finish the job, taking the game and trying to boost themselves up the leaderboard, but as well as Peterbot, a second place finish with over 7 eliminations. Chershi and Clarity, they were up for the challenge, and they took down the Titan.
And it was actually excellent
excellently executed there. You saw how Trashy finds Bila on the sneak attack play there, but Peterbot was so smart, by the way, building that platform almost as a pump fake, then playing the cone right next door of it. It was almost enough to finish off Trashy there, but Clarity was smart. He comes in, and the veteran that he is, closes the job up.
Yeah, and we've seen and witnessed it game after game, the domination of Peterbot and Bila trying to reunite and qualify for that global championship. Monster, we know they're in first, but what does the rest of the leaderboard look like? Vivid, Zeke, and SPG, let us know.
Thank you guys so much. Here we are, the halfway point of the competition. Game 3 does not disappoint here out of the last chance major for NA. Clarity G, Trashy, 3 eliminations and the victory royale. But friends, I gotta wonder, was the job done from Peterbot, right? 11 eliminations over on Peterbot and Bila, a second place. The damage is dealt.
Yeah, I would say already that they're all but qualified already to Globals. I mean, the performance over the course of these first 3 games has been way too much to handle. They have such a massive lead. But honestly, I just want to give a big shout out to, speaking about big point swings, Trashy and Clarity. They only had 8 points coming into game number 3, and now on the back foot of that victory royale, I'm sure we'll see them close to the top of the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, they had a great game here, and like Monster and Jacob said, you love to see them close that out as a duo, understanding, okay, we're not letting anything spectacular happen on our watch. We're going to close this game out like we know we should, but man, Bila and Peterbot are playing out of their mind, and a lot of people say job's not done. Throw that meme out there, but I think the job has been completed.
Yeah, I mean, after this crazy game, again, 11 eliminations. Just think about that, right? They don't even need the victory royale at that point. They're like second place. Yeah, dude, I'm happy. And this is all off the back of Peterbot having to be a solo. Bila, I'm assuming, dropped down because he ran out of builds there toward the end. And then, like you kind of pointed out, SPG, right? It's a 2v1. They're going to clean him up, and then that's it. Second place, 11 elims, still worth.
Yeah, and I just want to point out the fact that their domination in this game didn't even start throughout the end game. It really goes all the way back to Rift Island, where they had to push 2 teams off of the capture point in order to go ahead and not only capture it, but ended up picking up the elims on both of those teams as well, which is why they went into the end game with 4 eliminations. And as I tuned into them during that end game, I was like, how are they only like 200 above after they went ahead and fought for Rift Island like that? Right after I said that, they ended up picking even up more eliminations somehow.
And they're just going to continue to do that. Their play style is just play dominant, be the best in the lobby. And I mean, what is going on? 21 elimination? Are you real? They have 2 of the Rift Islands, they have 3 vaults, and they have 21 eliminations. It's over. Like, why do these guys not play together sooner?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Based on this performance, if they had played in these other majors together, they very well might have already had a qualification spot. But, they're just putting a little, they're like making it seem like a little question. Like, oh, is it us? Like, are we going to, it's a little tension. It's a little, maybe. No, they're going through. Absolutely. But remember, they're 100 points ahead, but anything can still happen. They just have to keep that momentum going. Again, congratulations to Trashy and Clarity G off of that last game. Got themselves the victory royale, especially at the halfway point. Let's keep it going, Trashy. All right, let's keep that running. That's where we want to be. As we look here at the leaderboards as well, look how tight this spread is, though, from second all the way down to 8th place. Only 40 points separating 8th from second, Vivid? What?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really, really close. We keep talking about the gap at the top of the leaderboard, but still remember, it's top 8. Doesn't matter if you're first or 8th. The prize is still all the same, and I'm happy to see Pamsto and Fatch kind of break up into that qualification spot once again, jumping up 15 placement points after that game, because they've made pretty much every single end game at this point, but finally they converted. 5th place, 6 eliminations that game. Let's go.
Yeah, Pam was fragging that last game. He played so well, and we saw Death play solo in an end game once again, so dude's balling right now.
There's so much amazing play coming out of the FNCS. But as we get ready for the halfway point, I want to take a step back and welcome to the broadcast one of our good friends. It's another Life with Panda. What's going on, my good friend? It's good to see you. How you doing?
Hey, listen, we were good friends until earlier today. I won't get into it, but look, boys, It has been a phenomenal weekend of games. I'm so excited to get into some topics here with you guys. But of course, like I said before, Zeke, SPG, you guys are eliminated to me.
Yeah, this is what happens when SPG, we don't accidentally forget to invite him to games. Anyway, Panda, what have you enjoyed out of the FNCS so far? Is there any like duo that's standing out to you that you'd love to see qualify for the Global Championships?
Well, of course, there's two teams I'm rooting for, and it's going to be Click's Epic Whale, Pamsu Fatch. These two teams, of course, I've been watching them closely throughout the year. Of course, the formation of Click's and Epic Whale coming in Major 3 was huge, and I knew that they were a special team. I kind of expected them to make it out of Major 3, but seeing them dominate here in the Last Chance Major is a big one.
Of course, today is all about the Global Championship. LCM qualifies you to that. You were at FNCS Invitational. I'm pretty sure you're going to be at Globals as well. Speak to kind of like what the vibe is like at these in-person events.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing like it, right? That's why I'm going. No matter what, I'm there. Book the tickets. You got me, my wife there, ready to enjoy all the action, because there is truly nothing like it. Being there in person, experiencing the vibe, the energy, it's just electric.
All right, Panda, I got a two-part question for you. One, give me your top 3 for Globals, and then 2, are we getting lunch this week?
Yes, we're getting lunch this week. You already know where. And of course, top 3 for Global. If you don't say Queasy Venno, I think there's a problem there. They have been just so special this week. That's number 1. Number 2, I got to say the reigning champs, Cammy and Seti, are going to be a team to watch. But of course, this is more of a dark horse pick, and it is them coming out of Last Chance Major. I'm saying Clicks and Epic Whale are going to put up a major performance in Global after they make it out of the LCM today.
All right, well, these are some opinions, and I'm going to have to text your wife, Emily, about this. Your better half. Emily, we could go get lunch together, and then they could do whatever they want. Panda, for all the Fortnite fam who may be just seeing you for the first time, I'd love it if they go follow you. Where can they do that?
Of course, Life W Panda on Twitter. That's where I'm at. That's my home. That's where the content lives.
Absolutely. Well, goodbye, Panda. Thank you so much for stopping by, and say hi to Emily for us.
Of course.
There we go. But once again, nice little break there, but we have to turn back to the tension at hand. It is time to get back into the game. This is game number 4 with 3 left to go. Let's see how this all unfolds. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And one thing is clear: don't trust Zeke with your loved ones. Get that man out of here. But no, seriously, let's start gearing up here, man. We're queuing into game 4. Like Panda said, we have been keeping a close eye on the top 8 in particular, because most of these are those veteran teams coming back. I would say one that's really starting to stand out for me that did have a little bit of a lackluster performance there was Yasir and company, right? They fell a little bit early, and now their top 8 spot is on the line.
Yeah, it's what a lot of teams are going to go through with only 3 games left. You got to make sure that you don't let these opportunities slip through your fingers. That's why I said you got to start the day. You got to hit the ground running and continue that momentum. And a team that I feel like has been flying on the radar, they had a little bit of a speed bump throughout the first 3 games, but Lacey and Jivy, 120 points is the threshold right now. They have 80 points. If they make it to a couple more of these end games, we could see them qualify for the Global Championship.
Well, Pamsu and Fatch's last game, jumping 15 placements, show us that anything can happen. So let's jump into game number 4.
Fortnite, the world of wonders, to where they give chances. They've changed people's lives, and I don't think the day is going to be any different. 8 teams are going to get a chance at a life-changing opportunity, going to the Global Championship and playing for $4 million in prize money. And that's why you see a lot of these teams, some sticking to the plan, others switching up their drop spots, trying to gather those points late into the game. But something that's been the same through and through is Accept and Users versus Broken and Virgo. Already the fight's broken down. Users getting the best of 1, but the 2v1 here with the man drops him down to 9 HP. Back-to-back shots, both players left almost in shambles. That's just a huge couple of shots coming out from Broken.
It's really incredible shots as well. Not an easy thing to do by any means, and look at that, saves Tyler just in time. Now Broken should have and could have dropped that medkit for his teammate, but you can see he's much more focused on finishing off Accept here and not giving him an opportunity to bounce back by any means.
But Xcept is looking to play the disengaged game here, and Tyler doesn't want to peek either, so he's going to find himself a little opportunity to open up the gap a bit, and Broken has to play the guessing game here. Where did the opponent go? Is he inside? Is he outside? I have not a clue.
See, I'm not even looking for him. I'm wondering, like, Broken, throw him the med kit. Like, throw
right
it over there. Get him the med kit. You have 200 HP and shields you can give up to your teammate. Finally, they're going to backtrack just a little bit. They want to capture that POI. Because one of the things about capturing the POI, not only does it give you loot, it gives you gold, but it also spots out any players that are in a certain vicinity.
Yeah, definitely a very powerful utility tool to use here. Look at this. TK a little hurt here in the early game. It does seem like they've been possibly punished for their aggression early on and forced to get out. Not like the last game where they were quickly rewarded with about 4 eliminations in an early situation. This is kind of where we saw them more so in game 1 and 2, up towards the northern side. So they're kind of going back to their trusty early game strats.
A lot of teams, you're seeing them bounce around. They switch things up. Doesn't go their way, or it doesn't go as good as they would hope. They switch things back on over. That just goes to show the flexibility of some of these players and teams in this lobby. But from one uncontested drop to the next, you see Nobson and Tragics without having too much worries early on in this game. That's going to allow them to farm up, get the resources they need. And since they're high up with some elevation and they have the Rift, they're feeling comfortable to start this one off.
Well, let's see it play out here. Once again, Fact and Pam have jumped up a significant amount of points at plus 15. Jump up, really showing us that you can be around the top 25 and still get all the way into that conversation. It's not too late.
For a lot of these players, you see an early game that's a little slower than some would hope. And you talked about Quanti and TK being one of them. Having to veer off, switch up their drop spot just a little bit. But that doesn't mean they're going to change away from the game plan that they've set out and what has been working for them. They know another team lands on this side of the map, and they're slowly but surely on the hunt, trying to figure out where they're exactly at. Quanti spots out one, trying to line up the shot before he gets around the house, but that has not come to fruition just yet. But with the elevation, back-to-back shots, only one's going to hit, but that gives away their position. So Quanti and TK are going to have to figure out what is next for them.
Well, we're going to see it play out here as the clock goes on, and you can see they're kind of slowing things down. I wonder if they've decided, like, hey, maybe we don't have to pressure too much. We can ease our way towards this end game here now. Do they feel like they've done enough to give them a little bit of that advantage? Not too sure. Definitely a slower game, but not looking too hot right now, as we are seeing a lot of other things develop around the map. We have replays for us here coming in hot. Nut and Unreal Liana finally find an opportunity to counterfire onto our French-Canadian duo of Pamsto and Thatcher. They find Pamsto out by himself here on his lonely sim. And the full finish, the big elimination, and the takeout. That's a tough one.
Yeah, you kind of saw it in the mini-map. Fatch was just too far away. He didn't have the time needed to close the distance. And with the zone being there, it's interesting to see if or even how he's going to be able to get that reboot card. But you see NPen, 2 eliminations. Let's check out how he was able to pick that one up. D-Roller putting down a huge amount of suppressive fire. NPen not showing any fear. He's going to follow up on that one with a lever shotgun. A lot of people would like to say certain things about the drum and the lever, but at this stage in the game, you have to be able to be good with anything.
You have to be able to use every single weapon and things to your advantage here. We're seeing it happen here for Haji and crew. Just a pump. A quick follow-up there. Nice and easy. Cruise their way on out.
Just to the outside of Shattered Slabs. Not too bad, not too bad, especially if the zone is pulling in this direction. That ups the probability of the vaults being on this side of the map versus all the way over towards the secluded spire. So 3 games so far, Peterbot and Bila was able to capture all of those vaults. As Redux and Day not too far from their original drop spot. And there goes that bush. The bush at the top of their sky base to go ahead and cloud where they're exactly positioned at. So that way they could freely fire off some shots without the chance, or at least the high chance, of taking too much shots themselves.
Redux and Day really one of the teams setting the bar here. What it's going to take to qualify. Looking for any opportunity. Once again, we're seeing that bush on top of the 1x1 strategy come into play.
Shots coming off the distance. Hove and Mojo were that team with the surprise attack over in Mega City a few games ago. Now they're out in the open in this early game, seeing how they fare against some other teams, and already Storm Surge, 91 players still left alive. Only one needs to go down in this zone. But once the next zone opens again, Storm Surge will be back up, will be haunting a lot of these players who weren't proactive in this early game.
This is uncharacteristic, I would say, of Game 4 of a finals type lobby. More often than not, the numbers trend on and the lobby moves a little bit quickly. You can see when the global championship is on the line, when it's that last opportunity to get to that in-person event, there is truly nothing like it. Not only is it, of course, the best competing head-to-head, but it's the spectacle. It's sitting there. It's everything else that goes around, the packaging, of course, of the event. It's truly something you have to experience in person.
Yeah, I agree with that. Watching it online just doesn't do justice. When you see a lot of these plays happening, the crowd just pops off, gives energy to me, gives energy to the players, gives energy to the crowds to keep making noise. Falcon and You're Easy are trying to use some of that energy, channel it here in a fight against Klutz and BQtify. Klutz trying to disengage. Running a little bit far, taking some tags, trying to play a game of peekaboo. A lot of the damage being dealt on over. Falcon is weak himself. One well-placed shot will take him down, but the 2v1 on the Klutz, while BQtify was just so far away, and he continues to run to try to disengage away from this. That way, he has a chance later on in this same game to try to get that reboot card before the zone does a ton of damage.
And it really is these young up-and-comers cannibalizing one another on the outskirts here, making it that much more difficult to earn big points here and find your footing. Meanwhile, in the Mega City, the Podtech and Cardi, a very experienced duo, starting to come in now. Okay, have the advantage here. Podtech on the flank. It's an excellent angle to start coming in from, but they decide to switch things up here. Get hip to hip. I like this even more now. They're just suffocating out Slick from down low.
I almost kind of hear the communication. Cardi hit a good shot. Patek was trying to follow up on it, but you got to be careful. Chicken, Slick at the bottom. They're no strangers to fighting, especially in these fights with their backs up against the wall. Their bite is definitely much more fierce than their bark. But the pressure that Cardi and Pate are putting on right now is not really giving them too much room to work with. And you can see them even trying to trap them off deeper into the zone if they choose to try to backtrack and make that a possible route. And I feel like
Podtech, he didn't trust it at all. He did not trust it at all. He was putting all the builds behind him. You could just tell that they were second-guessing it at that point. But we have more battles unfolding across the map, picking up where we left off. Quanti and TK. We looked away for a moment to catch up on the rest of the lobby, and they've rolled right into Blake, into Macwood, and they finished him up.
Huge for a lot of these teams that are trying to make that run, because you got eliminated at this stage of the game. You're leaving yourself with only 2 games to work with. If you win the game with a decent amount of eliminations, that's a huge amount of points. 100 points are possible. Quanti and TK are trying to get their early game surge. Almost at this stage of the game, they had 4 eliminations last game. They're looking to mimic that here, but a lot of damage being put on TK, forcing them to disengage. A good cheeky move by Quanti, not only to get the wall, but to build the box behind him through the window. Pressure is there. He's being forced to back up, though. Has to figure out a way to reunite with TK. And just like that, they get that breath of fresh air as soon as they reunite in the same box.
You know, now that I think about it, Quanti and TK here, that might be the first of the top 10 clashes we've seen unfold here for the last chance major, because Blake and Macwood were literally right up there. So that's a huge setback for them right now, as they will now just have 2 games left to try to punch their ticket to the LAN. Meanwhile, Epic Whale Clicks have moved well outside the Mega City. They have so many teams nearby them. Epic finally, on camera, connects with the Mammoth. And he gets a back-to-back, and that one there might have been a knock, I believe. He's not even worried at all. Yeah, you see all the builds come in. What just happened? The feed doesn't even catch up there. Oh my gosh, yeah, Epic's really feeling it. He's feeling it now.
Oh! What is going on? Just shot after shot. Was that 4 in a row so far? Finally misses one, showing that he is human here in this lobby. And you see Lacey, you see Jivvy underneath. If Epic Whale and Clicks keeps putting that damage down, they could be falling right into the palm of their hands.
Lila Peterbot back on the hunt here. 0 eliminations. Doesn't look right.
Doesn't look right at all, and it doesn't look right and doesn't fare well with them either. Especially since they are trying to fight over that loot. Great shot there with the Maven. Give him a little bit of a speed boost if he wants to jump in and out of these covers. Bylaw continuing a little bit of that pressure. They have the cash more than 75% of the way full. And this is definitely going to be a huge boost to their arsenal, because if you look at that Mythic Flapjack, that leads me to believe they already got 3 more points thanks to that vault yet again. So on the day, they got 12 points from the vault. They got 30 points from that Rift Island. They're not just taking part in this competition, they are taking over.
You see there, just as we're jumping over Rekko and BT, Mandy here, taking that zip line early is exactly what you want to avoid. This is why we see a lot of teams opt to try to rift their way on up here. You can get absolutely deleted for it. AV Silver, this is the second time now he's trying to fight for the Rift Island here. Last time it did not end well, because we had teams come through and they were completely eliminated before they can earn the points.
I like that cheeky start to this one, though. With Rekko, he didn't build, but he was trying to capture. If anybody in the distance isn't close enough, they might not necessarily see him. They might not necessarily see it's contested and being captured. They might not want to go for it just yet. Quanti and TK, a team that's not afraid of any of these fights that we've seen so far. But for them, they were a little late to this party, so they're not going to try to contest it just yet. They're just trying to refarm a lot of that brick that is around, give themselves a good amount of elevation. That way they can still hover over the rest of the lobby and try to put damage down when they can.
Now, I am really interested now looking at Quanti's performance here today. What type of duos he's played with in the past. Obviously, he's a very, very tenured Fortnite competitive player. He's, been competing for, I don't know, close to 4 or 5 years now. A long, long time. But I know for a fact of the type of player TK is. So watching them play together has been very interesting.
Yeah, watching Death and Tahi play as well. They had a slip up in game 2, but they definitely have made up for it. So I'm going to throw it on over to Kelly to let us know what they have up their sleeve.
Thank you so much, Jacob. And guys, just giving you a little background on Death and Tahi. They are the only duo today competing that has made it to grand finals in 2 majors. And also the only duo to be able to place in a top 10 in that major. That's Major 1, getting 9th place. However, Shatter Slab seems to be working well, utilizing those kinetic rocks perfectly.
That's what I want to see more of, those kinetic rocks. We saw a battle of ping pong during that grand finals, during the weeks of FNCS Major 3. Degen actually did get taken down. It's not something you see very often. That's why I see a lot of players, or at least I like to see a lot of players, pull out a lot of those tricks, because this is the time. You're not guaranteed that spot in the Global Championship, so there's no reason to save those strategies for later.
Yeah, usually you're likely to see it when the spot is contested, and this time they just have it to themselves, so it is really easy going for them at the moment. Good to jump with J6 here, though. What are they looking like? They're on the outskirts here, outside of the zone 5. Couple players nearby, but no true threat at the moment.
Yeah, if you look at right now, 8th place points still sits at 120. Going into this game at the very least, 38 teams still left alive, so quite a distance to go before placement points do come in. So you typically don't want to go down too early and play all this game out, go down and receive almost nothing. See Grilla, J-Sick below the damage threshold, trying to find the shots necessary to burst above, but with Pamso down, Batch here in the replay stuck with his back up against the wall, but man, he is ready for the challenge. He took accountability for those earlier games, and now he's definitely making up for it.
Looking pretty good, but then shortly after, he gets found out on the edge of the zone. So all good things do come to an end, and for Fatch and Pamso, it unfortunately ends a little bit early before the placement points. Now again, they do earn some elimination points there, which are arguably more important in this setting, but man, that's going to set them back.
Yeah, right now, you talked about 120 being the threshold. Going into this game, they were in 7th, 124 points. So at least, even though they go down early before placements, they're keeping themselves in the competition to kind of round out the day. But Grilla and Jacek, even though they were getting some damage to Surge, they were above it moments ago, but now they're below yet again. And that's the thing. If you're just doing barely enough when it comes to Storm Surge, it's always going to be in the back of your mind in these finals lobbies.
Well, now that I think about it, that's also the second team inside the top 8 or 10 that has fallen already. So, I mean, their position, could in theory be held up pretty nicely depending on how other teams fall. This is really the point of the time where, everyone's about due for a bad game. No one tends to play perfect Fortnite, right, all the time. So, it's done pretty well this far.
I would imagine Skulls Dash hearing those shields being cracked by the Storm Surge. Jacek, it's like a mental game. You're barely below, so how daring do you get? He drops all the way down, trying to find that damage. Grilla is being backed up. He's trying to use his teammate's knocked body to try to get some damage to peek through, but you can see the floor was placed by both Dash and Skull. It's a great defensive maneuver because they saw that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, he was just holding the edit, waiting for it to happen, and that man just fell right into the spider's web. There's no escaping at that point. Grilla comes back around, obviously desperate here. The Surge is already active. Dash and crew on the rush. They let it happen. Now they collect the spoils of war here.
Yeah, I will say this zone is looking like it's a little bit more forgiving than some of the zones that we've seen so far on the day. Can they keep up the pressure and really rise to the occasion now that they don't have a harder journey at the end? Quanti and TK becoming a little bit of a focus, but he's not as afraid to expend those builds. And the reason why he's building in Brick, because Brick goes to full health a lot quicker than both Wood and Metal, so it's much easier to defend yourself with.
Teams rotating nearby now, though. A lot going on here as the fight's breaking out just above them. TK and Quanti already have shown that they're all about picking up the eliminations here. Looking at the feed, we jumped away and he picked up Dodge with the knock, so the timing seems to have worked out there.
Yeah, a lot of these players in this zone, you can see running past the jungle biome that they're in, some of them grabbing mud, some of them using the slurp plants to get their shields and HP back up. A lot to refarm in lieu of wood and brick as well, not a ton of metal. And that's why you're seeing a lot of these players, they're expending the wood, they're expending the metal, knowing that the possibility to refarm is there. For Larson and Aviv, they're well above that damage threshold, so they're simply trying to focus on their rotation.
Look at this, though. Aviv gets jumped on, and Larson comes quickly to the rescue there from down low. He did recognize the danger pretty quickly and early on. This slows them down before they actually get to the safe zone, so not exactly a part of the plan. I wonder if they're just going to wait now for a little bit or just go. They're going to follow the zone. I like this.
Yeah, I feel like right now, you see the zone, half of it was full before it began to open. They're using this rotation. They're waiting for the zone to finish open up before they grab a slow side of it. You see Quanti picking up that elimination on the notch, not just leaving the body there, but taking it back. They realize how important these resources are going to be in this endgame.
Oh, excellent job there, picking that one up, but here's Clicks. No epic whale. Now remember, they are just inside that top 3. They do have a fair margin ahead of the top 8 positions in that threshold for the points. So they have a little bit of buffer room to work with here, but you don't want to give it away this early.
I will say, though, this day has given me confidence in these solo clutches. In Game 1, Peterbot had 46 solo impact points, went from 19th to 3rd. In Game 2, DK had 50 solo impact points, 21st to 3rd. And then Pamsu had 40 solo impact points, 20th to 5th place. So everything is possible. Wow.
And that, my friend, yeah, that's how it happened. He ends up jumping across and unfortunately takes that fall damage there. And well, clearly Clicks wasn't there to save him because he gets eliminated, so there we have it.
Wow. We get
another top team gets dropped out there, Patek.
Dropped into another box. Just a nightmare of scenarios that's going to replay in some of these players' minds over and over and over. You see like the first sense of high ground, Bully on the other side, Peterbot and Byla again being one of those teams. When you talk about a region being open for the taking, right now, NA, a lot of these players are adapting and realizing, probably even going into replay files after each game to try to get as much information. That way they can adapt on the fly. Aviv and Larson are one of those teams, but shot from above. Larson is using the mud just to disengage and get out. He has more than enough heals to make himself healthy on this rotation.
Yeah, you know it's serious when he starts using those splashes before anything else, just to have to now catch up to Aviv quickly here before the effects start to wear off. Another team I do want to see, I want to see where Shadow and Bully are. I did see Bully get knocked in the feed, so I wonder, is Shadow alive? This is an absolute sleeper top 8 right now that have slowly been inching their way up the standings here.
Yeah, I saw him in the background right there. They probably got that revive up, wasting no time. Maybe a slurp juice, exactly that, to give himself. But this is the thing. Those aren't just regular slap splashes. Those are exotic slap splashes. They give you more time on the run duration, and they give you 30 HP back instead of 15. So he has 90 slap splashes worth of HP in his back pocket.
Quanti takes out Blake. TK on Macwood. More and more action among some of our top competitors here. But Shadow and Bully playing for the high ground now. This could be the solidifying moment here and now that can send them to the land, to the global championships here. One big win will absolutely separate them from the pack. And they can do it here. They do have just enough builds, but a refresh will be in order here shortly. And look at how they're just running things up top. Meanwhile, Clix is a solo, still alive right now.
Doing a good job here. Anything is possible, but those builds, the resources, the materials that he doesn't have, that's going to be the biggest issue. He can barely build 2 boxes with the mats that he has on him, so he definitely is going to have to look for some sort of siphon and refresh here in the next couple of seconds. Otherwise, it's going to get immensely harder for him to try to continue on. Larson and Aviv now take high ground away. It's like a game of musical chairs. When the music stops, whoever's on top is going to take it. His Agenton as well. There's a lot of players here now playing it all out as solos.
No time to waste here. PC Agent trying to swing his way around. Working this semi-high ground layer right now. I do like it, but he does have to be careful. You have Bully and Shadow just next door. AV also lurking on the low ground there. Meanwhile, Aviv and Larson are slowly chopping their way down the lobby here. Anyone who's on second height will be the next to focus. And there, they catch Bully trying to play a late zone play there. And Aviv calls out to Larson, hey, careful now. And he comes on up. Meanwhile, Shadow and Bully end up dropping all the way down. They're deep inside the storm here. Those exotic splashes really coming into play.
Yeah, a pre-slurp even being popped. Not gonna waste time.
Oh no, oh no!
Gets tagged up and taken down overall, but Bully's still by himself. He has 45 worth of heals on him. He can stagger himself, but not too long. No build, so he's waiting for the right move, waiting to peek through. Shadow finally gets taken down. Zone eventually is going to pull him in. TK falls. Quanti trying to make up for it. A huge elimination on the Walkers, trying to burn and turn and take out Vert as well. Just a sliver of HP. He takes a huge shot. He goes down without the siphon coming in.
Quanti's crazy with it. You watched it all go down. Bully also showing us why he deserves to be here. Finding Tabney in the zone there to buy himself a little bit more time isn't enough for him to get the new Storm. It is going to be just enough with 5 HP there. You couldn't time it better. And now he's at 3 eliminations and a top 10 here.
He's already shown that he can sneak away and get the victory. Huge. A nice shot onto Larson. Getting tagged up from all directions. He's trying to go ahead and calm things down for himself.
Only on the way.
Become a focus. Good builds are running out. The last one is going to be used. His top is going to be open, and he gets taken down. A credible run as a solo from multiple players in this lobby, but they're all falling. It's now a world full of duos, with Larson being one of the few solos left.
Kind of works out that Bila's still here, too, picking up points right now. You want those points to be funneled well past you, and what a better placement for Larson now. He's going to find Jeff there. Excellent job for him. Can he get the backup? But no. Young Monk falls there. In the end, it's Bila who continues to be the disruptor there, and Peterbot in this game right now. We're looking at a 2v2 situation here. Crisp is alive here, but barely holding on inside the storm line. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Bila just running the town up top. Crisp comes around here, tries to take on the tube. Zone does the rest. And just like that, it's all up to Peterbot now. Bila jumps down to finish up things, and he falls there. But the job is done.
Is that back-to-back? Is that back-to-back by Peterbot and Bila, or maybe just top finishes overall? It doesn't matter, because they are just dominating this playing field. They already have their global championship spot secured, definitely after this game, and they are just destroying anybody's hopes along the way.
Yep, last game they picked up a 2nd place.
this game, they come right on back. The huge first place finish. Here's that drop down. I thought Bilo was finished because the landmass that was right next to it, but he ends up finding just a bit of water that he needed to stay alive, and the zone does the rest. In the end, Peterbot and Bilo find themselves a secured victory in an absolute, and I mean absolute, ride to the Global Championships.
Yeah, they just need to be able to channel this into that Global Championship a few months away. We already know this is a battle for second place with these qualification spots up for grabs. But let's figure out where that leaderboard is and who's on top.
Thank you guys so much. As they mentioned, from a second place to now the Victory Royale, Peterbot and Bila. At this point, it's a victory lap, right? They went into that game 100 points ahead of everyone else. And now another Victory Royale paired up with a bunch of eliminations. They are looking set.
Peterbot and Bila just have taken over. I mean, it's pretty much all ogre. These guys have been one of, if not the best team that we've seen in this last chance qualifier across all regions, and just been absolutely dominant. You really get to see just how good of a duo they are. And again, I asked it last in between games, why did they not play together before right now? I don't get it. Maybe, you know, there's some politics involved, but I want to see these guys play more, and luckily we will get to see it because there's no chance that they don't qualify at this point.
Yeah, I guess I have the same question, right, SBG? It seems like this is a very dominant duo. And the question, I guess, becomes what happened, right? Why did we go our separate ways? Obviously, we don't have the full context, and maybe for Global Championships, we can ask them. But if we're going to see this kind of performance coming out of them in that lower bracket, they very likely could find themselves in that upper bracket by the end of that.
Yeah,
agree.
And we're gonna have to see who else is able to make it, because everyone's pretty much playing for second at this point. I mean, look at that gap. The gap between them is larger than anyone outside of 8th place. Like, what is this?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, I like how Z kind of went ahead and phrased this, right? A victory lap, because it was seeming like that game alone was a victory lap, but these last 3 games on the day are going to be the victory lap. I mean, we already called it after game number 3 that they were pretty much all but qualified, and now the gap is just ever increasing. I mean, the storyline is just so good for this duo, right? Ex-FNCS champions coming back together after some internal turmoil amongst each other. Like, listen, they put the differences aside for LCM. They were like, listen, if we're going to go ahead and make this event, we might as well do it together. And they're doing it in such a
there's so many names here on the standings that are doing so well, right? Death and Tahi coming out huge in this last game, moving up into that top 3. And again, like, just kind of being able to go into these last games with a buffer. You know, it's like if something goes wrong, at least we have that bit of buffer. Like, obviously, I hope that doesn't happen, right? But for them, they're poised to find themselves in the top 8 at the end of the day.
Yeah, listen, I'm really looking forward to see this duo finish out the day strong. Already 200 points, looking very, very solid. And the highlight has pretty much just been the eliminations throughout the day. 5 that game, picking up a 7th place, finding the end games consistently. It's really looking good for them.
It hasn't really been a struggle either. We would be talking about them way more if Peterbot and Bilo weren't doing what they were doing. And another team that has really impressed me was Bully and Shadow. To see them on the high ground once again, and then you see them lose that high ground. A lot of teams, once you lose that position, wind up just crumbling, falling right there. These guys were able to stay alive, play Storm for a little bit, get that just few more placement points, and that ultimately could be the difference between them qualifying for globals and, you know, not getting to play another FNCS tournament the rest of the year.
I think for me, look at this. All right, so we saw Noxy and Crisp there for a moment, right? They're in that last game, up 6 places. And just think about this, especially as we start to move the rest through the rest of these games. 133 right now is the top 8 cutoff. Now, obviously, that'll go up over the next set of games, but for any of these duos outside of that top 8 right now, like anything can happen. Like look at 9th. Pam's 2 and Thatch are only a single point separating them from Chimp and Tabney. And for Chimp and Tabney, they jumped up to 6 placements, right? Anything can still happen in these next 2 games.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we also saw a pretty solid game out of Quanti and TK, who are going to keep themselves as well in that top 8, making sure that they keep on going into the globals. And SPD, the thing that's really, really interesting about how this lobby is playing out is that when Peterbot and Byler are picking up so many eliminations, so many placement points in every single one of these games, when they're pretty much all but guaranteed to go to globals anyway, those points aren't really going towards any other team. So we're seeing that top 8 not really go up a lot of
kind
points
of
at a
stealing
time.
and siphoning all those points away from everybody else. And interesting enough, Chimp and Tabney coming back. Tabney hasn't really been playing the game a ton. They used to trio with Teo back in the day, some old school, but coming together, Chimp's been looking for that perfect duo. Hopefully Tabney is that, and they have success throughout the rest of this tournament.
100%, man. And only 2 games left to go. Right now, it's more important than ever for these duos to really just put it all on the line. Doesn't matter what has happened these last 4 games. Let's just set everything aside. Let's rock these next 2. For all of us here, remember, this is it. 2 games, then we know the top 8 going to global championships. We'll know the top 25 or all 25 that are going to globals in that lower bracket. So much to talk about after all the 6 games are done. But for now, I know you want more games. So check this out. This is game number 5.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. We're getting that much more closer now, Jacob, as once again, this is it. The number of games are starting to really dwindle down. Looking at the standings, I would say our top 3 teams are looking very much poised to secure a top 8 at this point. And then it just almost falls off a cliff. Like, I don't even know if Epic Whale and Clicks are completely safe at this point, because down to around about 20th place or so, it really is anyone's one big game to just chuck another team outside of the top 8.
Yeah, and I like the way you mentioned Clicks and Epic as well. They started the day with a victory royale on a high that nobody has felt up until that point. It was game 1, and since then, they've slowly but surely been slipping down that mountain, no pun intended to Epic Well, as he took some fall damage there and left Clicks as a solo. But with 2 games left, they have their backs up against the wall. Nothing is guaranteed, so they need to use that same momentum that got them first place in the previous rounds and a cash cup and channel that here.
Yeah, definitely, and big respects to Bully and Shadow. I mean, that's a team that, you know, we didn't really get to even cover at the top of the show, but another team that absolutely has all the bells, the whistles, the stripes, right, the accolades, if you will, inside some of these stronger, higher tier lobbies, and they're showcasing that they can absolutely do it when they put their minds to it. Now, in that last game, they did give up the high ground, so we'll see what happens in this next one, because game 5 is ready.
With game 5 being ready, these last chances, just like this major, are going to be done and over with before you know it. You have to leave everything on the island, because you don't want to end the day with any regrets. You don't want to be looking back, saying, I should have done this, I could have done that, should have, would have, could have, but didn't. Now is the time to make it all possible.
Is a team that is doing pretty well, all things be it contended here, are Broken and Tyler, but for this time, ooh, Broken actually comes to the save for Tyler there, but the opponents are just nearby. The Siphon comes in just in time for him to buy himself an opportunity to sneak out. I was gonna say, I don't know how I feel about this. If I'm him, I would preferably get out, but no, he sticks around. His teammate comes back, and they do just enough to stay in the game. Those eliminations tend to add up, Jacob.
I was feeling confident, even with Xep going down. Back-to-back mammoth shots, leave him just a sliver of HP. Thought it was going to get cleaned up, but great moves overall. Attacking from 2 different angles, realizing the numbers, the bait and switch, sacrificing the knock just to let his teammate kind of clean that one up. All around the map for like action. Going to get ramped up a little bit more from teams that were once splitting drops, realizing, hey, we not only can't split this drop anymore, but we need those points to pick up the pace and catch up to those teams that are towards the top of the leaderboard.
That was just what I was talking about there. This is our 5th place team, but right after 3rd, it drops 20 points and then 30 points and starts the landslide. Let's wait on down. We'll jump around here. We'll give you guys the early looks. All the big fights that we've seen continue to unfold all around the map. Here's one that we haven't seen this early just yet. It's AV. It's
slam here. Let's see how this all unfolded, because Elsa does have an elimination right now. We have that Mammoth in hand right afterwards. Also, it's tragic he finds and he just melts him.
If you look up Brave in the dictionary, what Elsa just did is a prime example of that. Only a Flapjack just dives right in, finishes off that elimination. It's going to give him a chance to get AV back up to tip-top shape himself as well. They have the confidence of Surge. Everything beginning to roll well for them. Fonty.
Wait a second. I was just going to say, we might have to tune in with Chimp and Tabney if they didn't already get eliminated. Chimp was knocked in the feed. Now remember, they land down by the Frenzy Fields, which we already saw, of course, broken in that early fight with Accept Breakout. So it's really not too far from there. We were just giving them a lot of credit. Get caught up here soon, but first we touch base with Clix and Epic Whale. Like we said at the top of the show, this is a team that is absolutely not safe just yet. They will have to have at least one more big game performance before we can comfortably say they'll have a top 8.
You asked for it. Well, you got it. Tabney's here. Chimp is still down. But it does look like the team that was fighting him either disengaged or maybe it was something into the distance. So he's definitely going to have his work cut out for him, trying to go ahead and pick up his teammate Chimp. And to me, I'm glad to see Chimp towards the top of the leaderboard. He's been Mr. Consistent year over year. Hit a little bit of a rocky road in the past couple weeks, but definitely has found his form here in the last chance major. Aviv and Larson up in a fight against Yasir and Dorito. Yasir and Dorito are a very, very aggressive team. A team that I actually do like to watch. They are from Latin America, so this did change over from NA Central being converged into one server. Has definitely helped them out a ton when it comes to being able to fight the fights they want and being able to get out all at the same time.
Yeah, and get much more attention brought to them as well. And just to kind of touch on Tabney here, who has to really pull a play out. We talked about it. Tabney's been pretty much away from Fortnite in the competitive season for the last little bit, so Clixie and Jelly really have a chance right now to play upset. Now, Chimp does have that LAN experience. He was invited to the FNCS Invitational. We did get to see, him try his hand at some of the best players in the world on an in-person stage. I would love to see if he can take all of that experience and then reapply it. If he can re-qualify or qualify himself, of course, through the last chance major, but that's a story that we'll have to see unfold here. First, Tabney has to put up the defense.
Ooh.
Not looking good.
Yeah, it wasn't even Jelly and Clixie. It was the team just far off into the distance. Third partying, Jelly and Clixie. They slowly rotated on over to that Meadow Mansion. Possibility the vault does spawn over on that side of the map, and that's why you see them trying to push Tabney out. They realized he was a solo, and now they're slowly closing in on that gap. But look, you see, they're giving him the respect. They don't know exactly who it is, and they don't want to throw it all the way in just one fight chasing the solo around the map.
I think more importantly, they just recognize that there's that other team in the distance. If we take this fight, it could get messy. And all of a sudden now, they have themselves a little chance. We'll keep close eyes on Badger, but let's jump in with Cam and Nouch here. They have had a struggle of the day so far. Will they have at least their moment to win a team fight here? Remains to be said, but no, not this time, not this game. Haji and Flex come in, find themselves a pair of eliminations. They're not safe either just yet. I'm looking at the map, and there's other teams eyeing up the situation here. It's Day and Redux there. A lot going on here.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams heard the noise in the distance. Slowly but surely converged onto this location. The shots from above just shooting through. They had the edited stare as well. Just weren't unable to edit it. Chris, Noxie, they go down as well. Elsa is just slamming players left and right back to the lobby.
Nicely done there. All right, that brings them on up to 3 eliminations and officially puts them inside the conversation as a team that can contend for top 8.
Yeah, I almost feel like anybody around 32nd place and upward with a couple of big games could squeak into that top 8, steal away one of those spots from somebody currently positioned there. AV and Elsa could be one of them, especially with how they have started off this game. A whole different fire than what we've seen so far. It's given them almost a huge boost of confidence, a lot of flexibility in this lobby.
If you think about it, a lot of these teams are just a Rift Island away from closing the gap. Rift Island and a little end game placement, all of a sudden you are very much there.
Let me ask you a question, though. With Peterbot and Byla and their success and their consistency over Rift Island, is that something you would formulate in your game plan still, or do you think it's a little too risky?
I think it's still worth it. I think Peterbot and Byla have already exercised that they're going to continue to play reckless every single time, and it might work against them, right? They're only due to get taken out, but take a look at how Bully gets finished off there. He was dry peeking a Mammoth pistol. It just gets deleted while applying pressure onto Sin there. Unfortunate for him, but just like that, a position on the spot starts to open up there at the top 8.
Yeah, it's almost those moments where it feels safe. It feels like you can engage on another team, put some shots. But this lobby is always being proactive. There are players that are always looking out, especially in the directions in which they hear fights going on, because for them, that's easy surge. That's easy way to go ahead and give themselves a much more comfortable game. But you see the leaderboard already 2nd place and 5th place are down, which opens up that window of opportunity as somebody to squeak their way on up.
The cool part about that is that this is game 5. So game 6 is going to be incredibly close now for bubble teams that will have to put on the performance of their careers if they want to make it to the most competitive event to date, the Global Championship. We have not seen an event lasted all year long across multiple majors, across a span of multiple seasons like this in such a long time that it is really going to be the pinnacle of all competition we've seen in Fortnite.
And that's why you're seeing a lot of players really kind of invest in themselves, moving on over to where they can get the better chance to win. That's a huge boost of confidence for players who are willing to do all that. But TK gets shut down all the way to the low ground. No worries, though. Reunites with Quanti into the same box. That gives his opponent Dash just a little bit more confidence. Scold's on the other side. Multiple angles. We've seen this before where they can instantly try to melt through the builds, but you can see Scold is playing a little careful here because he doesn't have full HP.
Yeah, but he did end up taking all of Quanti's shields there, so he ends up breaking through the defense here. They're showing that, hey, this is not, you know, these aren't no impenetrable walls. Like, we can get inside this base right now if we want to. But you do have to find your tags there. TK puts a great counterfire right there. And now, yep, he recognizes, wait a second, I got you where I want you, and that's running. And TK continues to put the damage down. And again, it looks weird tuning in with them having 0 eliminations this late into the early game because they've been so aggressive, but notice how much more it means to them now that they've made it this far and they're inside the top 5 here. They're like, hey, we can't afford to get taken out. The problem with that, to me, though, is that they're playing a little bit more passively, right? They're not earning as many points.
Yeah, and the focus of the day is on those points and these bubble teams. So I'm going to go over to Kelly to break down one of our bubble teams and what they need to do.
Thank you so much, Jacob. We're talking about bubble teams, so let's talk about our 10th place team right now, Patek and Cardi. They're landing in Mega City, which is a little scary with Epic, Whale, and Clicks right there. However, they've placed pretty good from games 1 to 3, getting 21st, then 9th, and then a 4th place finish. They're also the highest ranked duo to never make it to an FNCS Grand Final, so better late than never.
Wow. She said the highest ranked duo to never make it to a grand finals. Now imagine their first finals is the Global Championship. That will definitely be an accolade these guys will never forget. But they're outside of the bubble, and there's so many other teams around them and surrounding that leaderboard that want that spot just as much as they do.
It truly is the finals of finals. No doubt about it. The cash, the bragging rights, and of course the experience, everything to play for. Everything on the line here. I mean, this is why even you watching at home should feel absolutely dialed in. This is a monumental moment, a career-defining moment for most.
See, Pump, they were able to get 1 elimination. Just trying to refresh all of their resources, upgrade their loadout. You see now he has that epic Havoc shotgun.
Look, Elsa. Elsa's just next door. Like, they don't even realize. Elsa is crouched in the base, just 2 boxes down. And they found AV. Remember, they are on, what, 3 or 4 eliminations in this game? They're a bubble squad that we're absolutely keeping a close eye on. So that's a huge fight that just unfolded there. Hasn't quite concluded yet, though.
I want to tell you that, a little secret between me and you, hopefully nobody else is listening. this side of the map honestly scares me when it comes to the late game. We saw it in game 2. We saw it in game 1. How dangerous these different elevations actually are if players don't prepare for it. You don't have those resources when it comes to those moving zones. You're going to be forced to go for a refresh. Otherwise, you're going to be held defenseless.
Jacob, I hate to break it to you, but you couldn't time a secret telling moment worse than that. We have way too many people listening in at home right now, but I think it's okay. I think we all feel very much happy with the insight you've shared because it's true. It's a very interesting place to play off.
Wait, I think I've seen this episode before. I think I've seen this before. Peterbot and Byla, even though they already have their spot secured, they're making sure they can set a record. I feel like maybe at that point, you've done everything. You got your spot. You got first place. Now, why not set a record for either eliminations, points, everything?
You asked about this. Is it worth coming to the Rift Island at this point where you know Peterbot and Byla are going to be? It kind of feels like they're almost priming up the gameplay style for what will be the future potential global championship. If there are Rift Islands there, if that is, another objective style, gameplay focus-based strategy, it might just be what they're looking to set up for the future.
Yep. You see here in Dorito trying to make a rotation into the zone. He's tagging up that team in front of him. It's almost a blessing and a curse. You get your Storm Surge, but now you let them know that you're there, and since they're going to beat you to the zone, they have the option to try to gatekeep you out. But some of these teams, low on Surge, forced to kind of interact with one another because they don't want to wait until it pops. They don't want to wait until their back is firmly up against the wall before they start getting the damage that they need.
Just gearing up here, though, preparing for what's to come. When we think about these zones, Mega City once again in play here, coming towards the mid game. Does seem like things are starting to line up for Clix and Epic Will.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's almost like shades of their earlier games when they were performing at their high standard, their high level, their full potential overall. But I feel like this zone, if you see, some of it is towards the right side of the map, outside of the water, so it has potential to kind of center up here, even move towards the western side. And that's where you see a lot of teams kind of positioning themselves in towards Mega City just in case that is going to be a possibility. One of those teams, Vacant and Jeff. You can see all their extra heals. What they did is they looted all around Mega City. They threw all of their heals to the top of that building. That way they have the freedom to trade shots, gather their Storm Surge, and not worry about their resources and how they're going to heal up.
Now that I think about it, it's kind of interesting watching a team be supported and helped by another team that is very much going to be at the same competition you're trying to help them get to. It's almost like inviting competition at that point.
I wouldn't want to invite any competition. I'd keep all my secrets to myself. But I don't have to worry about that, neither does anybody else. I'm just a caster.
We're lucky.
I might be good enough to play in these regular lobbies, but I don't know how I would fare in a lobby like this. Especially going up against the likes of Trashy and Clarity. They've already got a victory underneath their belt once today, but they need to find that consistency. We talked about it already. It's not all about that one pop-off game. You need to consistently perform very late into these lobbies, or you need to pick up a high number of eliminations, which honestly isn't not a viable strategy.
You can see they're just trying to break through the defenses here, find any tags possible. This is when the game does tend to get difficult. Everyone in the lobby needs to start getting active, and they're one of the few teams that are very desperately slipping below that threshold right now. Barely holding on. But for how much longer? I would like to see them do a little bit more, get a little more active. There's just a couple seconds before the zone fully closes here now. Things get really dangerous.
Storm Surge will activate. I feel like they have the heals on them to out-heal the zone. Not too many players need to go down, but the slurp juices are so valuable because of the HP and the shield you get over a duration of time. As Clarity gets peeked on, right back, Beautifying Clux. They've been getting late into this game. They've been adapting on the fly as well. But the Storm Surge is now doing damage. Clarity pops the first of the slurp juices, and he's still looking out for who he could tag, but you see him where he's positioned. He's like positioned in the bowl around Mega City and the surrounding environment, so it's going to be hard for him where he's at now to get any shots at any players unless they make a mistake.
It's also interesting. I was looking around like, where is Trashy? He is absolutely not near Clarity, and the fact that they haven't found anything on two completely different areas. Look, they have such a wide coverage here and still nothing yet for neither of the two.
The players on their level are fully boxed up, and they're using both brick and metal because it has more HP, more durability. Everybody else is almost too high in the sky for them to get the shots that they need. But Trashy, Clarity, they have to be persistent here. They cannot give up. They're only 10 below that damage threshold. That's like a sneeze. You just sneeze on your opponent, and you'll find some safety.
Well, here it is. They know for an absolute fact there's a duo there, and there it is. They finally find the tags that they were looking for, but at this point, do you just go and play for the eliminations as well? Because they're going to need much more in order to bounce back into this game. Those tags there will buy them a couple of moments, but for who knows how much longer. I like that. That is what they need to do.
Build themselves a cushion, because just like this, in the blink of an eye, the tables can turn. They fall right below the damage threshold once more. See Clarity and Trash playing that game of separation, trying to cover more ground, get some shots on players, but enough is enough. They have no choice but to fight. Trashy getting that piece control. First shot's gonna go in. Clarity gets dropped. Does a ton of damage onto one. He's still fighting for his life here, but time is running out. Zone is ticking. Gets the Siphon finally to come through, and that's where he's gonna try to pause. Get this revive onto Clarity. Splash him and his teammate as well to try to give him more time to work with. Nut drops into the box.
Oh my God.
Same demise as his teammate moments ago, but because of that, Clarity is no longer in the game.
But still a ridiculous turn of events right there. Tons of points. Not only that, inching his way towards big placement now, because we're officially towards this end game here. So he just has to out-survive a couple more teams, and he'll be just fine. This will turn into a pretty decent game, but it's going to be a tough ask for anyone, as he is the lone survival here. Really rotating in nice and late. Jumping into Pam's and fast. We have 0 elims right now, but they are alive. That is what we hope to see. We have to pick up some placement points here.
It's going to be a must.
Trashy.
Where are they positioned now on the leaderboard? 9th place. I feel bad for anybody on the day that places 9th place, just one position away from qualifying. So for them, they're looking to kind of pick up that pace just like Epicwell and Clix. And I feel like Epicwell in this game needs redemption after that fall that he took in that last.
Yeah, we saw from NPen just last week ago being that team on the actual border. I'm not really too sure how they're faring right now. But there's a lot unfolding here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. TK and Quancy. Big moments unfolded here just moments ago. They take down Walkers and Vert.
Wow, that was big because they almost had no resources. I think they had 10 on him, which is absolutely nothing at this stage in the game. Doritos now is a solo, but down on Surge as well. So definitely has to figure out what he's going to do. You can see him staggering himself backside of zone, waiting for anybody late to rotate in. That way he could try to get his damage. Nobody really giving him the look he wants, but instead he ends up in a fight against Lacey and Jibby. On the other side, big bush bomb going down. Tries to go up a layer to separate himself, but the pressure is still there from all angles now, and that's Clix out of nowhere to steal that one away. And that's important for Clix and Epicwell because they've been struggling to surge most of the game, and now you see them 500 above.
That's the old guard taking down the new guard right there. Clix and Epicwell continues to trend up, taking down, knocking down, I should say, their competition in the meanwhile. If there's anyone you want to take out, it's the guys right above you, so that's perfect for them.
See everybody here. Zone moving over that mountaintop, in between a little crevice. So it's definitely not worst case scenario on this rotate, but it's definitely going to be grueling for some, especially those that don't have resources. Luckily for Trashy, even though he is a solo, he has more than enough materials to not only protect himself, defend like you see, but continue to try to box up. Almost becomes the focus of the lobby. That's Death and Tahi to try to put some shots his way. Quickly rotates on out. Doesn't feel safety in that position, but I don't think as a solo, you can feel safe in any spot on the map now.
It's also the experience, too. He's got so much experience in endgames. I would say it's arguably easier for him right now to make these decisions by himself right now and just rat his way through, especially not having to worry about finding any additional damage components just yet. For Bacon, the same can be said here. He's got all of the additional experience in his ear here to support him through this moment. Zone's gonna pull far. 3 slurp juices to work with. effectively four lifetimes worth of HP here to just chill out. He does not have to rush at all, really.
Yeah, and typically, you know, I think rotating and moving faster is going to be the name of the game, but since he doesn't have a lot of materials with those slurp juices, I think it might be the play for him to try to stagger himself back. Blake and Macwood have a much different scenario for them. They already have the high ground, so they can stagger themselves back, let the teams in front of them build, and hold on to their high ground. Right now, you see them looking around the distance, trying to figure out what teams are going to be their threat, what teams are looking like they're going to try to take height, and that's the ones they need to focus.
But this is what I want to see from a player like Macwood. He absolutely has been here before. There was a point in time in the past we'd cast over it, and Macwood was basically guaranteed for a victory, and you knew it game after game because he was that good on high ground. But we jump in with Clix and Epic Whale, a team that's already picked up a win. This is a completely different scenario for them as they are in the low ground here, looking to rack up points right now. The more they earn, the closer they are to the global championship here and now. The zone is doing so much damage. Batch is by himself too, close to the top 15.
That was Cam they took out just moments ago. That leaves Batch as a solo. He's still trying to hold on to their bubble spot and even rise higher, which each duo falls. That makes it a much greater chance in that final game. Shot going through. A contestation going above. Fatch making the right play to not continue this fight. He doesn't have the materials to hold if he becomes a target, but Clix goes down. The fight for the high ground is there. Epic Well takes down Blake, but now it's two solos up at the top, and Epic Well gets dropped into the zone and taken out.
Yep, he's gonna fall. Peterbot falls to the hands of Clix actually, and Macwood does end up catching Epic Whale, but I don't think it was enough for him to stay alive as Peterbot finishes that one up as well. And all of a sudden now, Thatch is left to dine, to feast on the loot of Macwood and Epic Whale, and it is enough to buy him a couple of more moments on high ground. It's Peterbot and Vila, the absolute disruptors. Thatch falls there in top 5, but Peterbot and Vila are just showing that they do not need to be in this lobby at all.
Yeah, I think Fatch even scraped together another placement point as a solo. This late in the game, those points are worth more. Daze now a solo. There's so many players down all around him, but there's no HP. There's no heals, and he runs into a brick wall. Meanwhile, while all this action is going down on the low ground, Peterbot and Vila again build themselves a monument of the sky. They have full control over the game. While the battle's going down, Vila's finally going to fall. They're ready to take over. Only 2 teams left, and it's polarized as a solo towards the backside of a zone. Peterbot doesn't want to give him a chance to enter in and try to take the game as they storm through and win their second victory royale back-to-back.
And what's crazy about that too is they're just showing no mercy at this point in time. Like, they could just be, you know, as generous as they would like to be, but no, it's almost like they're gearing up, they're tuning up for the global championship at this point in time, because clearly they will be paired up with one another. So they'll have to start figuring out flight details soon, because the way they're tearing up this lobby right now, I don't think we expected to put them as a pick for NA as one of the teams that are perform up towards the top, but they're showing us that they have clearly what it takes to be a cut above the rest.
Yeah, you saw a ton of players enter into our top 10, even have Batch try to clutch up and pick up even more placement points, getting himself into that top 6, maybe even top 5. Our bubble teams are hungry to try to secure their spots.
And what's crazy too, 11 eliminations. They are just engulfing all of the points up and burning them right at the top of the totem pole here. So everyone down at the bottom will have to continue to work their way up, Jacob.
Yep, and this is it. Game 5 is done. It's over with. And with one more game to go, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see what these teams need to do.
Peterbot, Vila, they do it again. A victory royale. Last time, 6 eliminations. Now over to 11. Again, this has been a victory lap. So I know at this point, these guys have qualified. They're going to global championships in the lower bracket, right? It's mathematically impossible for them to fall out. But what I want to talk about is what Monster mentioned. These guys are now taking away points from everyone else in the lobby. And actually, we had a light discussion on this before we went into this game. But this is actually a really big deal for the whole lobby, isn't it, Vivid?
Oh, it really, really is. I mean, they're not only taking away placement points in regards to the victory royale, they're taking away elimination points, and a lot of them whilst they are doing it. But then they're also getting the Rift Island pretty consistently as well. Not to mention their POI is pretty much granting them the vault point. Like, they're just getting so many points that pretty much like don't even matter anymore for them. It's just all about like denying the rest of the teams, which is why, I mean, we talked about it before, that 8th place threshold is like hardly moving because so many points are just getting thrown at first place.
And the cool thing is, if you're one of the teams that isn't necessarily in that qualification spot going into this last game, you have a really good shot. There's a ton of teams that could just have one good game here and qualify to the global championships if you've done enough to keep yourself in contention. I mean, I'm looking at the leaderboard, even like top 20 really have a really good shot to be able to make it, and oh man, it's gonna be close.
All right, here we go. We've got one game left to go here in the last chance major. If you're just tuning in, guess what? Peterbot, Byla, they're good. They're going to global championships in the lower bracket. They've got nothing else to worry about. For everyone else, we are fighting to be within that top 8 threshold. Anyone outside of that is done. Right now, Pamsto and Fatch, they've once again found themselves up in that top 8. This is a really big deal, and there is a 16-point lead. It's a lead, but Viv, they can't make a mistake going into this next game.
Yeah, their day has been so like teasy, right? They've been like in the top 8, and then they had a bad game and they kind of fell out of it. Then they had another good game where they got 5th place in 6th elimination, and then they had a 42nd with 2 eliminations and fell out of it. Now they just had that 6th place, 1 elimination, and boom, they're back in it again. But because of those 2 like iffy games that they had, we can see them, they're right on that threshold. So I mean, it's time to clutch up. It comes down to game number 6.
Definitely does. And just taking a look at what we saw from that leaderboard, there was 2 teams that jumped up over 10 spots from that last game. Agented and Polarized, and then also Day and his duo, sorry. Those 2 just dominated. Redux, that's it. Those 2 just had a dominant game, and that's exactly what I mean. There's like so much room for these players to move within this, let's call it 4 to 20 spot. One game, 110, not victory royale, but a top 3, top 5 could be enough to qualify. We're gonna have to see where everyone falls in this next game.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at that top 20 in a second, but I want to like harp on a couple of these duels that you mentioned. Actually, Agented and Polarized, right? Up to 14th placements. Again, we're just trying to reinforce whoever goes into this last game, because of Peterbot and Byla, because they are siphoning so many points, the threshold is a lot lower than what we would anticipate. So it really could come down to a single good game. And a duo that's not in that top 8, they can find themselves inside the top 8 after that game.
Yeah, actually, crazy stuff. One thing that I think is going to be important to mention here is that each elimination being worth 4 points. So let's not forget, you know, a victory royale and like 10 eliminations, you're looking at 100+ points just off of that. Definitely possible. But I mean, like, listen, we've seen this sort of like a southern pool of type of a zone. And again, we keep seeing the same consistent teams kind of do well with this kind of zone. So I'm going to be interested to see, you know, game number 6, where the zone kind of pulls and decides to go. I think it'll play a big part in who actually ends up doing well.
That's right. And not only that, but this is a legacy defining game. The teams that are able to put their stamp on this last chance major, they define their legacy about who they are and what they're about. Going to the global championship is no small feat, and being able to accomplish that is something that will be remembered for a long time.
Absolutely, SPG, and I love that you mentioned that. So let's talk about this a little more, right? 176 points. That's where Pamstu and Fatch are, okay? So for y'all watching, keep that number in the back of your mind as we go into this next game. And then look at that 11th to 20th place. Literally any of those duos could make that happen. Literally any of them. If they got the victory out in like 5 eliminations, they are basically right there. So Vivid, this is gonna come down to a photo finish.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, right, I mean, the game plan for Peterbot and Byla now is just kind of make a statement. They're out there playing fun, but they've been having fun since game 4, 5, game 3, everything like that. And their game plan is pretty much to go for a higher ground, number 1, and number 2, go for Rift Island. So you might be thinking to yourself, well, if we have one last game, then we have to go for gold, right? We have to go for higher ground, we have to go for Rift Island. Well, then you'd be going against Peterbot and Byla, who necessarily don't really have to care, and they're just having fun up there on Rift Island and on the higher ground. So it kind of makes it so difficult to actually clutch up in game number 6.
Yeah, they're an unstoppable force right now, and I wouldn't want to run into them at any stage in the game. And if I'm a player, I'm looking for that low ground. That's what I want to do. Okay. And honestly, I'm trying to play for second. Seeing what Peterbot is able to do with Byla in these end games, I don't want any part of that. I want to stay as far away as possible. And honestly, low ground's looking like the key to victory, or at least key to qualification. The victory is through Peterbot and Byla, but that's a little more difficult of an ask.
And I mean, with this, really quickly, I'd love to just maybe get a duo from each of you that maybe you're just like hoping to see comes out huge in this next game.
I mean, I obviously want to see Pamsto and Fast kind of hold on. Also, Clarity and Trashy. It would be great to see them clutch up. Such a rough rotate for them to make that game with Storm Surge. Hopefully, they figured out for game number 6.
For me, it's got to be D-Roll or Nenpen. They're sitting in 21st going into this game.
Do it.
They need a Victory Royale plus 10 elims. Normally, when you ask for that, it's over. But hey, I believe.
That's right. If Fortnite has taught me anything, it is that we can believe. And now it is time. The final game of the Last Chance Major. Duos, put everything on the table. Make sure in this game we don't worry about what could have been. Let's just go out and do. Fortnite fam, buckle up. This is the last game. One last time. Jacob PR, MDF, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And you know what? You guys harped on whether or not it's worth it to try and take on Byla and Peterbot, but I disagree. I think if we all throw the kitchen sink at him at the same time, that duo can't take on the entire lobby. So I think, Jacob, we should be playing for high ground. Tackle that Rift Island. Eventually, the Juggernauts have to fall.
Yeah, no matter what you thought in the previous 5 games, it's your last chance. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. You don't want to have any regrets when this day is over. Even though there's a massive lead between Peterbot and Byla, you got to go ahead and scratch that one off. Pretend there's 7 spots up for grabs, and they're not even in the game. Right now, that threshold is 176 points. Will anybody reach it? We'll find out, because the last game of the day starts now.
All right, Jacob. Well, you heard it. This is it. It's game number 6 of the Last Chance Major. And after this, we'll know definitively who will be qualified for the Global Championship, the pinnacle event of the year. And of course, it's all going down in Copenhagen, and tickets are available for purchase now. If you've been thinking about it, oh yeah, make that decision. We want to see you there. It's going to be crazy.
It's definitely going to be something that you don't want to forget. And I already see the map right there. Before we even see any players drop, and somebody got knocked out of the sky. So already players are taking this opportunity to try to get that top 8 placement, and they're trying to run with it. Bully and Shadow, they got their split drop. There's not too much loot over here where they currently land, so their loot path is going to be so impactful. And you got to watch out, because game 6, a lot of teams switch up their drops, they switch up their game plan, so it's going to be up to them to figure out where they're going to get the rest of their loot from, and if anybody's going to contest it.
Love the quick rotate here. There's plenty of action up at the Frenzy Field that they know they need to have a conversation or a part taken, because they're just a few eliminations away from honestly solidifying 230 or so points, right? And saying, hey, I think we can hold on to top 8 with that. So we'll see what ends up coming about from it. You see just next door, it's Chip and Tabnate there too, so it's not like they're the only team on that conversational threshold. But jumping on over to Chicken and Slicks here at the Naughty Nets, one of the few places the zone has actually ended on. You can see that it's just all back and forth there. But Jacob, let's tune in with Pamsto and Thatch. Last game they got snuck up on. Do you think they're going to make adjustments here?
I feel like they are. They're a team that literally has to adapt, and they've shown they can adapt on the fly. Only worry is their split drop. That's the thing that's only concerning, because it's how they tend to get picked off if they do get picked off. It's when they're separated from one another. I always talk about the strength in numbers, and all it does take is 1 second of separation from your duo for another team to notice it, and they're going to go ahead and try to attack.
Now tuning with Polarized and his duo. So far, so good. That last second place performance, top 3 for them, was all they needed to bump them way back on into the conversation here. And they do have the very much powerful racetrack to themselves. Meanwhile, Quanti and TK have basically been earning it back in sweat and slurp juices here at the Slappy Shores. fighting their way through any team here and north on this coastal region. And it really has been a very impressive performance from Quanti and TK, because they haven't really been an endgame team. They've been like all the entertainment in early and mid game, but clearly it's been enough to keep it top 6.
Yeah, and it's been the strategy over and over and over. They don't fight the team south of Slappy Shores. They move towards the north side of the map, towards those split drops where they know those players are already starting these early game fights, and that's how they're trying to get their surge. From one side to the other, though, Naughty Net, Slick's going to land a good shot, but he takes one himself, being backed down all the way to low ground. Tokyo's trying to make up for it, but he gets dropped. It's all up to Prism to try to make this happen in our final game. Did land just a little bit of a shot before trying to disengage towards the north. He has plenty of shields to work with, but I don't think Chicken and Slick want to let this elimination slip through their fingers.
Yeah, they're finally looking for their moment here to find themselves a nice big elimination. It's been a rough day for the duo here, but ultimately, you can still close out strong. Try your best.
Christian team slow it down into 2v1. Slick's current HP, he knows the possibility of getting one shot. It is going to be there. They're going to capture that POI, give themselves a little bit more loot to work with. They're going to know exactly where Prism was at. He's spotted out for a couple of seconds. Chicken, Slick, they're using those seconds to try to go ahead and land some shots at the high ground. Prism is doing a fantastic job fighting back between these two players.
It's just going to continue to pace out like we talked about here. They have all the time on the zone to work with. Prism looks for an opportunity, finds a big one, but gets punished in the process as well. Slick finds another tag there. That's going to surely give him the advantage. And a much needed reset for him. He gets 1 mini. That's enough to make him feel confident with the fall damage. Z runs out of material. Now that was an uncalculated risk there that he didn't see coming, but luckily things do end up closing out.
Got me holding my chest after that one, seeing him fall all the way down. I thought it was going to be Raps and it was going to end up in a 1v1 situation. Luckily for them, it doesn't. The vault going on over. Clicks and Epic Well have already separated themselves to 2 different locations. Try to give themselves an opportunity to get even more surge underneath their belt. You can see the vault is going to be over towards Mega City this time around. Try to imagine it's Jeff and Bacon who are trying to be the first ones there, get 3 points, but more importantly, it's the loot. Pump without his teammate. Users on the other side, lost accept. I'd imagine that's where the elimination comes from. He gets the box. The first shot's going to be landed, and Pump as a solo, keeping the dream alive.
This is a great player. Very, very good player. That was no easy fight for him to finish up right there. But hey, they end up coming out on top, and this is one of those teams that need that 10+ elimination victory royale to make it through, but the dream's not over. So we'll continue to see who will make that star-studded run. We haven't seen many 10+ elimination games here today. Just showing you that although these are the last players looking to compete for that last chance, here in the last chance major for the global champion spot, that it's a difficult thing to do nonetheless. The quality of lobby we have here.
It's definitely possible in this lobby to get those 10 elims, get the victory royale. That's 105 or so points, depending on if you capture any of those mid-match objectives as well. But that's a lot of pressure to put on oneself or a full team going into this last game. And luckily for Day and Redux, they don't have to have that 10 elimination victory royale. They just need to squeak themselves higher. We saw that threshold. It is 176 points. They're only 16 points shy of getting inside of that bubble. For reference, 4 points for elimination. That's only 4 elims before they're tied inside of that bubble.
There's the team that fell out of the bubble. We're out of the top 8 and into the cushion that surrounds it. It's Dorito and Yasir. Like we talked about, the merging of NA Central here, everything coming together has played a benefit for them as they've continued to find their moments, pick up their strides here, but this is it. The last chance literally is right now as we're in game 6.
And if you notice, they captured that POI, right? That team right above them were trying to sneak and close in on the distance very, very quietly. But because they captured that POI, their positions were given up. It's like a little red little mark above these players' heads, letting them know exactly where they're at. Yeah, where their location is. And you can see Dorito and Yasir are using that information, and they're slowly rotating in that direction to hopefully gatekeep them out.
Oh, yeah, they're trying to cut them off right there. See what kind of opener they can catch on them. That'll be the difference. TK and Quality on the other side. From the north side of Slappy have soldiered their way through to the south here now, trying to get their metal reserves up. And instead of sticking around, they're going to get going now. They see the zones right in front of them, but I'm more concerned about the fact that they haven't fought just yet. At least not that we can tell. Hard to tell. I mean, they're halfway through material. For all we know, they did get into somewhat of a skirmish, but all in all, we've seen them have much more eliminations usually this early, so this could be a Storm Surge game that ends up becoming an issue for them. Cardi and Patek on the other side. On the outskirts here, working their way past Mega City.
A lot of players going to have to rotate in this direction. And that's why you see some still positioned on those buildings in Mega City. For them, they believe it's easy surge to try to get on these rotating players. A little bit of a miss with the Mammoth. That would have been huge for Cardi and Paytech, especially if it was a headshot. Try to take down Bluzro, who now immediately turns the focus back onto Cardi. Neither player really landing shots, so it's no loss for either one of them. For Clicks and Epic, though, 209 points. They did a good job of getting themselves inside of the bubble, because that was a discussion we were talking about. But I'm going to throw it on over to Kelly to give us more of what Epic Well and Clicks' game plan is.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Obviously, we already know Peter Bot and Byler are doing a good job, but let's talk about a team that hasn't just made it yet, Clicks and Epic Whale. Despite having 11 eliminations, which is the second lowest out of our top 10, 7 of their eliminations have come against teams in our top 10 position. So arguably having the best quality of eliminations we've seen so far.
Great job for them to set themselves up right. That's what a lot of people watching, fans of Clicks, fans of Epic Well, are kind of hoping to see. But next time we tune into them, I just want to see where they're faring on Storm Surge. Even though they have a prolific last couple of days leading up until this point, their overall problem through this FNCS Major 3 up until now, landing towards Mega City, is Storm Surge. They haven't been able to get that plan down packed yet, so interested to see how it plays out.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, though. Blake and Mac would actually end up getting into a fight against Vert, and take a look at how Blake ends up dropping Vert here, going back and forth, and actually securing the eliminations here. This is a massive, massive set of eliminations for this team. Macwood and Blake, after Game 5, had jumped up 11 positions to put themselves in the top 15, and now they're fighting their way closer and closer to the top 8. Let's not forget, we had that early interview with Blake at the top of the show. He explained to us that they felt extremely confident coming into the game because they know that they have what it takes as one of the more veteran, accomplished duos here in the lobby. With that being said, you can see it has not been easy by any means for them.
Yeah, Macwood alone has the 4th most Grand Finals appearances for any other player in NA, with 15 total. So this will be huge for him if he does not make it. Kind of ending a little bit of a streak that he does have going on, but it just goes to show that experience, even though it's good to have in a lobby like this, it doesn't mean everything. You have to be playing well over a course of 6 games, even if you do leave it to that last and final game. As you see, God and Chris rotating on around. For them, 142 points. They're about 30 points shy of that bubble as it stands now, without any placement points sticking in. So for them, they're going to be looking to have a big placement game, maybe sprinkle in a few eliminations.
Unfortunately, NPen and D-Roller there fall in the feed as well. So the run is over, my dear friend SBG. The team you were rooting for, unfortunately, could not make it here at the last chance major. Every elim we see in the feed starting to line up, every duel that gets crossed out, I mean, those are the upsets.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of players falling quick, including Bila on the feed getting knocked. I mean, Storm Surge is going to happen later on in the game, so it's going to be hard for teams to realize where they're at when it comes to that actual threshold. So when it does finally pop up, it might be careful.
Bila got knocked. This could be everyone's chance, everyone's moment. I'm curious to see if he tried to W-key the Rift Island and got sniped out the sky for being in the Rift to go or something like that. Peter Bot finds Scolds. Okay, so maybe not so simple there as the fight's breaking out right now, but my oh my, this lobby actually has a chance here to accrue some points, because if
Peterbot and Byla aren't sniping them all up, literally lighting them ablaze, then that means other players have the opportunity to get those 15 or so points from the Rift Island. But hold up. Let's see it here. This is a battle. Pretty much. What's this? Right underneath the Rift Island? Are we on top of it? I can't even tell at this point.
Yeah, with the audio visuals, they knew Peterbot was trying to get that revive. He has to disengage, leave Byla down there, and this is a huge blessing. Not only the points that are going to be left on the table, but high ground as well. They've been consistent in being able to gather it, so them going down now would be a blessing to every single player and team in this lobby. It's about who's going to be brave enough to fight him. Now that he's a solo, he has a bit more flexibility, knowing he doesn't have to try to backtrack to save his teammate. He already had that game one where he had a ton of solo impact points. If he could somehow mimic that here, let me say he probably would be at the top of my list for one of the best players in the game.
Oh, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Big things can happen right now. Trashy not trusting a single bush in sight. This is a whole fight happening just on the underskirts. Trashing Clarity G here, probably considering going on up for it, but a little too late to the party now. This is just outside the racetrack, so I have to assume Polarized and Agent are nearby in a potential great position.
Yep.
You can see them in the distance.
Ask and you shall receive. Blake and Macwood leaving it to this last game.
Scary little triangle right here. I also saw Clicks and Epic Whale nearby. All the teams that need to compete are literally hovering around one another.
Yeah, and a lot of those teams, Rift Island as well, in the distance. These are players, these are targets that they could try to get their damage on as well. It's kind of why you're seeing Blake, Macwood try to utilize a lot of these bushes, a lot of the builds that are already there, because you know as well as I do, even if they don't know you're there, if they see those fresh builds in the distance, that at least makes their eyes wander in your direction.
Blake and Macwood, 2 elims, just looking for anything that's moving. Things are going to be settling down there on the north side. Epic Whale and Clicks doing exactly that as well. Trying to fish something out. He might have better angles actually onto Blake and Macwood, who are just nearby.
I feel like this was one of their biggest adjustments as well. Moving from Mega City on over to this racetrack hill. We've seen them doing against players in our grand finals as well, trying to mimic that, especially with how Polarized and Agented there to try to take it from them as Skulls and Dash finally finished the job. And I don't know if you heard that one, but a sigh of relief came over the lobby. The team that totally takes high ground game after game is no longer there. So if you saw that in the feed, that begins to make my mind wonder. I start formulating a strategy for this end game.
You know, this is the first thing, the first time for everything. That's the first time I've ever rooted against first place not staying alive in the final game of the lobby. 1, because they don't need it. 2, because they're such a disruptor to the game. And I would love for more points to go to the remainder of the players that actually need it. So this is going to work out really, really well. This is going to also cause much more, I would say, volatility in the top 20 now, because Peterbot and Byla not rampaging through the end game here is going to be perfect for those teams that need to start picking things up.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of them right here, Noxie and Chris. They had an incredible turnaround. After game 2, they were 29th place. They're currently positioned 7th place on the leaderboard. So even though they slipped up in game 5, about a 43rd place, this is their chance to make up for it and qualify for that global championship. And they don't need anything major. They just need a basic game out of themselves.
Well, Dorito and Yasir have to be careful, though. You have Quanti and TK right above you. We don't know their Surge situation at the moment. They have been playing this outer edge, this dead side rotate. We saw them in Slappy Shores exit with 0 eliminations. They're still just there. They might be desperate for Surge here in the coming moments. And if that's the case, then our top 8 of Yasir and Dorito, who are just below them, might be in for the fight of their evening.
Yeah, and if you see the zone right now, half of it is covered. A smart play for a lot of these teams, even though they're positioned high on the mountain now, is to rotate along with that zone. As long as they have a safe rotation there, no teams are looking that direction, because then they're going to put themselves on that slow side of the zone where not many teams traveling from Mega City will even be able to reach that side. So it's definitely a little bit of a risk, but if it pays off, it's definitely worth it overall.
Where it is, the Surge is active, and we'll start getting updates on the remainder of the lobby. Trashy and Clarity G end up becoming the
line of fire for Jeff and Bacon. They must be pretty desperate right now to secure some tags, and they've already gotten some. Crafty gets a moment of fire back, goes for the mammoth tag, doesn't find one as the tags come in from the other side. This might be the lobby focus of the weekend here. And off they go. Forced back and further back here now.
It's like when it rains, it pours. They see Jeff and Bacon shooting on in that direction. High Ground says, hey, I want to join the party. I want to have a little fun. While all this is going down,
there it
is still threading the needle, getting those shots directly through, backing down Jeff, making him think twice about focusing some heavy hitters in this lobby. And that's a great trade yet again from Trashy and Clarity. Now with the zone pulling away, they have to go in that direction, and this is going to give them a green light. The only team directly in front of them, they know they're weak. Oh no.
This is just crazy to watch. What happened?
Blake went down.
Oh no. Just outside the top 10 as well, as they were fighting their way on up. But I did see Shadow find himself in elimination, so that means there is Shadow and Bully still in the conversation here. Okay, teams at the top 20 are now starting to fall, and our options of top 8 are beginning to slim down. Look at this, Pam still in the distance there, 50% HP on him. Thatch is still alive. Bully and Shadow are fighting their way up this hill here. I think they've done it. I think they have surely done enough now as they're starting to pick up eliminations here and placing points just around the corner. They're moments away from a top 8 solidified, which is huge for Bully and Shadow. I've seen Bully show up to in-person event after in-person event, fighting for qualifications, as has Shadow. You know, I met Shadow when he was competing at the as young as 13, by the way.
Wow.
At PAX. Yeah, I had no idea. It was incredible.
Goes to show that a lot of these players have been around for a little bit, getting their chance to shine here. 56 above the damage threshold, which isn't much for Bully and Shadow, but it's enough for them to continue their rotation. While every battle's going down around the map, Clicks is gonna fall. Epic Well needs to figure out a way to hold on here. Even though he is inside of the bubble, 209 points means anybody below him could pop off. Placement points haven't set in. It's only the top 27. We need a couple more teams to fall before you get granted anything for your efforts in this game.
Well, listen, Bully just got knocked. Clicks is down and out. This is a difficult situation now for our top 3 team here. Epic Whale's left to do it by himself. Again, you know, he's not all the way there just yet. Yes, they're in the end game. Yes, he's still top 3, but anything can truly happen here and now, depending on who's alive in the lobby. It is just that close.
Yep, and I think Epic Well knows the situation he is. He's a 6-time FNCS champion. Played at the FNCS Invitational. He knows what it's like to play against the best of the best and come out alive, and that's what he's looking to do here. Same thing with Pamstu and Fatch. They qualified for every grand finals this season, including this last chance major. For them to slip out of that trend now and not qualify for the global championship will be devastating, especially for myself. This is one of the teams because they're an OG. They're a team that's been playing together for so long. No matter what they face, they usually figure out a way to come out on top.
This is really crazy too. We're like in a moment right now for Thatch and Pam where they're in 7th place. They're literally on the line. They cannot afford to make a single mistake right now. They fall here, they fall short, and that's it. The chance to go to global championships completely slips out of their fingers, and they've been fighting for it all year long. One of the few teams that have come exceptionally close, major after major. Chip and Tabney are still alive too, which is crazy to see that. Once again, Tabney made that late return here to Fortnite just for the last chance major here to play alongside his good friend Chimp. Death takes down Shadow. Okay, there's a lot of exchanges happening here now. Important ones. Meanwhile, Quanti and TK find a piece of the puzzle there of Dorito. That might be the end for Yasir and Dorito as their chances come to an end.
Yeah, it's great to see Quanti and TK performing so well because we question it. Without their early game eliminations, without that early game surge, how will they fare going into the late game? Well, they've performed well above even their own standards so far, but they realize the job is not done just yet. There's still more to go before they hit the finish line. Epic Well bouncing, tossing, turning all around, trying to escape what could be the elimination, and he's still trying to survive. 253 points. Every placement here, Monster, means he's that much closer to the global championship.
And just a single material
material below the surge. Zone is already moving. Epic Whale has everything to fight for here and now. 223 points might not be enough, but he's gonna say, hey, I'm gonna sit here in the zone and just wait it out and go for placement points and basically pray for the best. I don't know how I feel about that, but we will see when the standings are done if it is going to be enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, TK is still fighting for it. Epic Whale finally makes the decision to get outside the zone and come on in. It's AV Silver, separates him and the rest, and there it is. He finds the elimination that he absolutely so desperately needed, and he also gets heals for the troubles. This is it.
It's massive. 227 points, continuously climbing up the leaderboard. Day and Redux, though, last time we saw them, they were just outside of that bubble, so there's still more left in the tank for them to try to overcome this adversity, and they're doing such a great job recycling the majority of the builds and going through almost unscathed to the front side of the zone.
And you can really see now how close the competition is. Take a look at how close some of these other players are. Noxy and Chris fighting their way up, finding eliminations and placement points as well here that haven't even been factored into the total equation, right? This is how close the top 8 is going to be. Polarized, Scented here, still fighting for it as well. They have so much more to continue to battle through because you have Pamster and Fast Alive. You have Bully here, still barely holding on in this end game right now.
This is a battle for the bubble. Hopefully nobody gets bursted and they fall all the way down that leaderboard. Chris, he has a huge mountain to climb, and they're doing it all day long. I said it before, 29th place after game 2. He just needs to be able to hold on. Top 10 performance here, and he's squeaking his way through for even more placement points.
I don't know, Quanti's still here. He's turning up. He finds himself another elimination. I'm looking at Chip and Tabney down low. How many elims did they manage to pick up in the meanwhile of this entire chaotic endgame? Quanti's still going, though. He's saying, hey, listen, count us in. We have surely done enough, as they are just destroying the lobby here. Meanwhile, Bat actually found Chris there on the rotate here, and the French Canadians are battling their way through into the top 10 here now.
Yeah, going into this game, they were the bubble. They were the line to cross. And right now, nobody has been able to cross their path so far. They're doing so well to try to go ahead and boost themselves up the leaderboard. Fatch even being selfless, giving all those builds on over his teammate to go ahead and lead him to the promised land.
This is great. They were hot, they were cold, and then they start to turn up again, and what a better way for them to go ahead and start to close out the game number 6 in a top 5 performance now. They had made it this far, and it should be enough for them to punch their way through, but Polarized and Agent might just need a little bit more, but the French Canadians are not going to give it up just yet. They're continuing to fight their way through. They see Chris in front of them. It's a 2v1. One big tag will be enough to take any of them out, but they are still powering their way through any of these builds here. The water doesn't make it any easy when they don't have any materials to work with, and the river's gonna start to drag them down into the deep end here. Meanwhile, Polarized hops on into the low ground, and it's High Ground who is still alive and in the operation here.
They've been so quiet up to this point. That's Clux, that's BQtify at the top of the mountain, going against superstars of the region. Agented and Polarized were out of builds, mostly on the low ground. Very little to work with. They're ready for the challenge. Agented's gonna go up. Just a sliver of a shot landed, trying to chop down High Ground. Polarized gets the BQtify, so it's up to Clux. What heals does he have? Because he's playing toward the heal off. Agented knocked down, and Polarized on the chase to take the elimination and steal that game away and punch themselves to the Global Championship.
That might have actually been exactly what he needed to make sure they had enough points for the Global Championship. My oh my, what a last chance major this was. We have seen an exceptional amount of performances, but in the end, only the leaderboards can truly tell who did enough.
Yep, right now it's looking like that Polarized and Scented combination through this game, finding the most important eliminations, including Pamsu and Fatch on the low ground. They had no builds at that point. The builds that they got were from that siphon, that refresh that they were able to scrape together, and that smart play to shoot down High Ground, because imagine if Clux was able to run away. Polarized would have never gotten this opportunity. They took the game in their own hands, and they took over that entire Game 6.
Now this does leave the question in the air, did Epic Whale do enough there? You can see down by those points that a lot of teams are really starting to rack up a ton of eliminations there in the end. And like I said, I can only reiterate, only the leaderboards can truly tell us if there was enough at the end of the day. So Jacob, from myself, Monster Defense, and yourself, Jacob PR on the desk, we're gonna just swing it on over one more time to Zeke and the boys to bring us home.
Why do you guys put this job on me? Why? Okay, it's fine. Stress. You know, old Zeke, I just stress because that's what I do. Wow. Polarized, agented. Can we just talk about how disgusting that slide headshot was in the storm there? That was sick. Wow. But this was a huge victory royale for them. 7 eliminations as well. Vivid, these standings are going to be wild.
Yeah, I mean, listen, let's first and foremost talk about the great win, the clutched up in game number 6 here from Agented and Polarized. I mean, they needed this coming into this game. They went ahead and delivered. And SPG, if you remember, we had a little bit of a conversation. We talked about, where the zone decides to go in, game number 6 will probably decide a lot. Well, look at this. This is right in the backyard of this duo's landing spot.
It's quite helpful when you really don't have to move whatsoever. You kind of just take a few steps to your right, and you go to the left a little bit, and this team played so well today. This is what I wanted to see from them all major. I wanted to see during this chapter these two play to this level, finally doing it when it was the last opportunity to, and I'm grateful because now we get to see more of Agented and Polarized.
There's so many things, man. Okay, there was many questions we had.
There's a lot.
But they're going to get answered right here, right now. We have our standings. We can see which duos have qualified to the lower bracket of the Global Championships. And here they are, right there at the very end. We saw Day and Redux make a big move, but it was just not enough. And look at the names from top to bottom. Some to point out, obviously, Peter Bombila. Massive congratulations. Agent and Polarized moving up. But look at some of these other names. Clicks and Epic Whale going through. Pamstu and Fatch, Bully and Shadow all going through.
Oh my gosh, and look at this. SPG, your wishes, they have been granted. Pamstu and Fatch clutch up in game number 6. I feel like throughout the entire day, they were just toying with us, playing around that 8th place area. They finally did it. And I mean, listen, shout out to Agent, because with Agent sent it up there in 2nd place, Agent Fatch coming in clutch as well. They're going 6 out of 6 in terms of representation towards global. So that is big news for them. For me though, Clicks and Epic Whale, that is awesome.
Yeah, you get to see it. And Epic Whale putting the team on his back, though, in this last game.
True.
Just being like, all right, dude, Clicks, I got you. I've been here before. I'm not afraid of this moment. Taking over when it needs to be had. And nothing crazy, right? He didn't do anything absurd, but at the same time, he played it so fundamentally sound. Played every single last white heal that he had in order to maximize that placement. And that's why we're seeing them up here. And I mean, look at Bully and Shadow. They're a team that were in the top 3, now fell down to 8 in that last game. It was absolutely wild.
How fierce this competition was, coming down to the wire. Think about all the times as well we saw Pamps and Fatch. They're only on 2 elims. They had to make the placement matter. Like you said, Epic was by himself. Any mistake he would have made would have just shut them out, and that would have been it, but they managed to clutch up. Now, as we turn attention to the top 3, Peterbot, Bila, you guys, well, first off, it's great to have you guys back together. This is phenomenal. You looked phenomenal today. I don't know what happened, and I hope whatever it was, we can just, hopefully everything's cool. Maybe you guys just need a break. I don't know, but I'm glad to see this duo back together. They put on an absolutely ridiculous show, over 200 points ahead of everybody else in the lobby. And once again, let's just think about global championships, right? Let's just put this in the context of globals. If they were to have a similar performance, just imagine how that would affect everybody else. We saw what a duo so dominant on the high ground can do, and how that literally goes and impacts every single duo on the standings, Vivid, siphoning away those points. I want to see that transferred to globals.
Yeah, I mean, they just called chaos within every single game today amongst the leaderboard throughout the entirety of the 6 games. But I just want to point out, it is undeniable that Peterbot is one of the best mechanical players in the world, for sure.
Nuts.
But this actually is very, very interesting. Peterbot and Byla both had 19 elimination each, which of course tied them both on the same duo, by the way, for most individual eliminations. So, I mean, shout out to Byla for keeping up with the mechanical genius that Peterbot is.
Well, and I'm just so happy to see them meet the expectations that were set from them. They've been so good. They've shown it at times, and then coming into this last chance major, proving to everyone we are this good. Now they have another step to climb. It's going to be the lower bracket in global championships,
Right. Yep.
but they've done that hard work.
Absolutely. I'd love to talk about Death and Tahi here on the day. 2nd place overall. Now, of course, they didn't quite hit the 489 points like Peterbot and Byla did. That's wild. But still, they put on a performance, and it was a consistent performance as well. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's agented. But yeah, still, overall, they put on a more consistent performance, which I feel like is more in line with kind of what we're used to seeing in Fortnite. Not dominant 200-point leads,
Yeah, of course, Agenta there pulling out the 2nd place, and it's really, really funny, right? Because 2nd place is kind of like home to him in some regards. But yeah, of course, we saw the low round come out of this duo in all of the games where they did do good. I think it was the 2nd game of the day, and then the 5th and the 6th game on the day. So really, the 2nd place that they got in the 5th game with 7 eliminations, and then backed up by the 1st place with 7 eliminations in the 6th game. Really, they clutched it up when it really mattered in the end. I got to say, though, shout out to them playing so well when the zones actually came to them, right? Because we talked about it a lot. In a no mobility meta, sometimes it can be hard when these zones actually pull towards your POI, because Storm Surge can be a really hard thing to actually tackle. But I think the experience that Scented has in these types of situations ended up being no problem for this duo.
Yeah, they proved they are that kind of duo that will be playing at the Global Championship. And again, this is one of those moments where you question, okay, is Agenti going to show up and be the player that we know he's going to be and capable of being? The answer is yes, like emphatically yes after this performance. Now I'm interested to see how they're able to do this going into Globals. And right behind them in 3rd was Death and Tahi, like you mentioned, Zeke. These two, very quiet. I feel like we didn't talk about them a ton, but played so well, had several solo clutches by Death. And again, another team, if we just look at this entire leaderboard, it's all like the who's who of Fortnite. Tons of old names and also some newer names of Noxy and Crisp. Shout out to those guys for breaking into that top 8 and now having a moment where they can now prove themselves to the world.
Absolutely, man. And what better way to show that than right here, right now? Of course, the job's not done. Like we've been talking about, they still will have to fight through the lower bracket, but they've still made it to global championships. And that is another stepping stone, right? All they need to do is do this same thing again, and then we could see them competing in that upper bracket. Tahi here, Death, a big congratulations to the duo, and I can't wait to see how they continue to evolve and grow and refine as we lead into globals.
And as you can see here, I mean, we kept talking about how there are so many duos who have so many FNCS finals appearances, but Tahi with 9, right? That just means that he has come into the scene a little bit later. And the fact that he's able to still place up there and make it to these types of events just speaks volumes to how good he really is.
Yeah, and shout out to Death, because Tahi was thinking about quitting or taking a break for a little bit, and somehow he gets his boy Tahi out of retirement, or quote-unquote retirement, and they're able to qualify for the biggest tournament of the year. So that is a massive achievement by these two.
Well, guess what, SPG? We can ask him that question ourselves, because guess what? We have Death standing by for an interview. Death, what is up, man? First off, I'm so happy to see the big smile. Massive congratulations, man. You've qualified to Globals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is so good to see, man. So talk me through this, man. Let's start baseline. Talk me through the emotions. How does it feel to know you are going to Global Championships?
Dude, it's crazy because, like, we didn't make grands because of, like, you know, some stuff that happened, misplays, whatever. Now we're here and we actually made it through. Now we get to go to Copenhagen, so feeling good. You know, very excited. Got to grind more so we can get top 25 and probably even win Copenhagen.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead, Vivid.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, how are those 6 games feeling for you guys, right? Did you guys kind of feel like you had it solidified going into the end of things? Halfway through, were you feeling confident? How was that feeling?
We got second first game, and then we died a surge next game. Second game, because me, like, I just did a bad IGL rotate, and then from there I just knew like we were locked in, because like it was just that mega city zone that was like messing us up, and I got it on lock, and from there I just knew we were qualifying no matter what.
And your duo mate Tahi said he was quitting or taking a break, and he comes out of retirement, plays with you, and you guys qualify for now the largest tournament in several years. Was that you? Did you bring him out of retirement? Like, what happened there?
Man, I love Tahi. Like, that's actually like my best friend. Like, I actually love that guy to death. Like, thank God, like, he came back to me, because if it wasn't for him, I would not be going to Denmark right now. He carried the sorry, I don't want to curse. He carried me today so hard. Like, actually best player. Nobody knows it, but he's actually so good. And I can't wait for him to show that at Denmark.
That is so awesome, man. So for you guys, as you start to focus on Denmark, what are maybe like, what's like one thing you guys are hoping to refine and sharpen up so you know when you hit globals, there is no question. No one can look at you and say, nah, they don't deserve to be here. You can tell them, no, we deserve to be here.
Well, we want to first make sure our off spawn is right and like perfect, because we know there might be U teams that qualified from Shatter Slabs that could con us. So we want to make sure that's right. And after that, we just got to make sure our rotates are good for Surge, and then we'll show them what's up.
I love it, man. And of course, for all those people out here, there's a ton of fans who now are looking at you. They're saying Death. They're saying Tahi. 100%. We got to follow them. Where can they find you? Because I'm going to need everyone to go do that.
Well, you can find me Death NYC, like on any platform, just Twitter and like Twitch, and like Tahi FN on like everything, I think. But yeah.
That's awesome, man. Well, once again, just a huge congratulations. We can't wait to see you in Copenhagen. We can't wait to see how you and Tahi bring everything you've got into global championships.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Of course, brother. Of course. Ooh. A big congratulations to the duo Death and Tahi, who ended the day on top 3. Fantastic stuff. So now we know, gentlemen, it's really weird in some ways to be like, man, all year long we've been doing like these major things, and I'm like, all right, global championships, let's lay it on the year. And now here we are. We know everybody going. We have a list that we can look at that says, here is all of the names. So let's take a look together. These are your qualified players out of Majors 1, 2. Remember, we just finished Major 3 last week, so we have those list of names for you guys as well. But most importantly, we have the 25 duos going to Global Championship in the lower bracket. Here is the list of every name from all of the regions respectively, and take a look at some of these names, Vivid. Globals is going to be absolutely insane.
I mean, listen, EU had a crazy performance, right? We get to see Hen, we get to see Vidil and Mr. Savage, Vortex, Belusi, awesome stuff there, and NA did not disappoint either. We got Peterbot and Byla reuniting. The storyline there is crazy. We'll get to see Agented returning to the in-person event alongside a new duo this time in Polarize, and of course, Clicks fans Rise. Epic Whale also returning to the big stage. I am excited for Globals.
I'm right there with you, Vivid. I mean, this is arguably the greatest Fortnite lobbies we're ever going to see, or at least at this moment. Hopefully in the future they only get better, but as a Fortnite nerd myself, you just love to see all these players, all the hard work, and now the success that they've had is going to pay off, and they get to compete at the biggest stage.
What's wild, boys, is we have to hold down NA. We got to say, look, is NA the best region? Yes.
Oh,
and we just got to hope that we can beat EU, as I can hear Levin laughing at me from EU as we speak. But listen, that is pretty much it. We now know the full list. If you want to go to Globals, tickets are still available. Check this out. This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
we would love to see all of you in Copenhagen. If you can make it, there's going to be crazy games, 3 days, a bunch of upper, lower bracket players like you wouldn't believe, 6 regions represented. It's going to be incredible. As we get ready to say goodbye, I'd love to hear your closing thoughts on the competition and what you're looking forward to for the Global Championship, Vivid.
I mean, straight up, LCM was a new addition to the FNCS format this year. I feel like it delivered so much. I feel like we've got a bunch of teams who deserve to show what they are capable of at Globals. And I mean, just speaking about Globals in general, Invitational was one of the most fun events I have ever been at. Was the first one I was able to be an analyst at, and I am looking forward to having a similar experience towards Globals because I can only imagine that it'll be even better.
And for me, just want to say thank you to the players and you guys. You guys have been awesome. Players, all the hard work, the culmination, the adversity that they have to go through to get to these moments. You just have to appreciate the greatness that we get to see on a regular basis. Global is going to be awesome. Copenhagen is an amazing city to visit. So I am so excited, and shouts out to everyone. That's all I got.
There you go. Well, thank you so much from obviously these 2 incredible people, Kelly Link, Monster Deface, and Jacob PR. For all of you players, now you know Globals is not that far away. It is time to go straight to homework, work on things, refine yourselves, and let's bring your very best to the Global Championship. For all of you, we hope to see you at the Global Championship. And of course, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.